Okay. Hello, please. Just raw dogging the intro like we do. Like we do. Okay, I need to get some things set up. For now, look at that. Not that. Not my broken ass code. Okay. Twitch, hello please. Twitch is there. Twitch is good. Hello, hello. Wait, did it not update? What? It didn't update my fucking text. What? What? Okay, it didn't update my stream title. I mean, the old stream title still works, I suppose. Wait. Noob streamer figures out how to stream. Okay. We out here. We're out here. I need to fix a couple things. You apparently are slightly too big for the box that you're in. Night tail. I don't know how weird that looks. Is that even cool? Oh, Jesus. How do I move something without having the snapping on? There's a hotkey for that, right? What is it? Control Shift maybe? No, that's not it. Alt? No, that still snaps. Okay, hang on. OBS move without snapping. Hold down the... It said... I was trying control. That didn't seem to work. Hi, Perons. Welcome in. You're just in time to watch me try and figure out how to move. Oh, this is working now. You just can't... Okay, so you have to press control after you've picked up the object. That's the secret. You're just in time to watch me try and figure out how to use OBS. Because apparently that's a thing that I don't know how to use. Okay. Okay, we're in here. We're in here. We're gonna be doing some... I also didn't update my... Can I post haste update my YouTube videos? I can. Okay. Let's do that. Yeah, I really need this new title. I hate all of my past code. Yeah, really feeling that one today. Dave. There we go. There we go. Oh yeah, let me also need to keep remembering to pin a chat for YouTube Shorts so I can actually explain what I'm doing. Game dev, procedural terrain. And that. Okay. What are we doing today? What are we doing today? Okay. I think we're pretty much... Let's start crossing things off here. So we did fix chunks above chord Z equals 0. Yeah, we can do... That's all done. Yeah, we finished... Actually finished all this. So this is all done too. Cross that off. Okay, so now we just got to work on this subscription system. That's what we're doing today. We're going to use the terrain controller to subscribe to certain terrain chunks and get called back whenever they're finished generating. That's what we're going to do. Okay, let's think about that for a second. What are we going to do about that? So, terrain controller, we probably need a list. I need an array of maybe structs. The struct would contain like the delegate to call or something, perhaps, and the chunks that we need to listen to. I dreamed about new survival Warcraft game. You know what? I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that that classification. My game is known as a Warcraft survival game. I'm actually quite happy with that. That sounds cool. But this isn't a Warcraft game, right? No, just heavily inspired. Heavily inspired. Oh, that's it. Oh, I love that. I love this little, wait, where am I? Where am I? I love that. There's just this, actually, there might be several. Yeah, there's several. Wait, I love that. Okay, so check this out. So there's no actual zone entrance between these two zones, between Starfall Hollow, which is where I'm at, and the Scribe's Library of Knowledge. There is no entrance, but because of just random noise, there are some caves that we can go through. Grab some mushrooms. God, there's so many of these. I should probably cut down on those, because that's so many. Yes, and then there's the other zone. And we're in the other zone. So cool. And in this other zone, there are assertions that are hit. Did you like Turtle WoW UE WoW trailer? I'm not sure I watched it. I remember hearing about that though. What's the status of that? Did that ever do anything? An interesting project for sure. Oh, come on. Come on. Yeah, I can't get up to that one. And what is this? What is this? We're crashing on some F-text thing? What? This has to be an editor widget thing. Because I don't think I really had any widgets on screen that aren't always there. Should be released in 2025? Okay, so 2026. Don't believe it'll make it. Personally, I don't like the image. Yeah, I mean, the reason people are playing Vanilla WoW is for... a lot of it is nostalgia, right? So, while a cool project, will it actually be popular? Who knows? Who knows? Bound text. Yeah, what is all this, man? What happened here? My children. My children. Child. Oh my god, so, for each pred and my children. Docking splitter left. Okay, I feel like this is an editor thing. I really feel like this is an editor thing that I don't have to worry about. So let's rebuild. UE's PBR renderer over hand-printed non-PBR WoW textures looks very screwed, does it? Also, how are they not going to get shut down, you know? I know the tricks that private servers use, but that one, it seems it's getting a bit egregious. Getting a bit egregious at this point. Okay, so what do I need? What do I need for this? So first of all, it needs to be a T-array. An array. It could be a map as well, I suppose, because we need essentially just a... Essentially the information we need is just like a set of chords, chunk chords, which are vectors, and some delegate to call back to. So really this could be a T map. We could put the delegate as the key. So that could just be a map. I love doing some cool graphic effects in WoW, for example, RTX reflections in water and stuff. Yeah, the water is like whenever I went back and played Classic, the water, I always turned the new water on because that does objectively look better than the old water. Everything else I kept vanilla, you know. And I hate the new animations in WoW, the new models as well. Hate them. Way too bouncy and cartoony. Does it matter which one's key and which one's... I don't know, it feels weird to put it in a map because I'm not really using it as a hash map, really. So maybe I should just make a struct. I kind of hate making structs, just because it kind of feels like a waste. A struct would be more extensible in case I need to add more information to it, though. On chunks finished generated, we can just reuse that delegate as well. Let's make a ustruct f. What are we calling this? Chunk subscription. Chunk finished gener. I don't know. That's kind of wordy. F. What are we calling this? Wait for chunks. Chunk callback. Chunk finished callback. Cause it's kind of making me not want to do a struct because I just don't know what the hell to name it. Let me actually turn the zoom to mouse on. These. F what? F me? Chunk subscription? Chunks subscription? Chunk subscription? I think that's the most terse way I can put it. Nowadays, can AI help in any way generating procedural terrain? It can help you write the code. Finish project to rewrite the entire code base. A tough decision indeed, yes. One I grapple with every day. Any one of these days, I'll finish the project. Okay, T set of F vector for chunks. I'll say chunk chords, chunk coordinates. And then I want an F on chunks finished generating delegate to call back to. I never like the names AI comes up with for variables and stuff. They're like usually way too literal. And they don't actually understand what the meaning you're trying to convey with the name of it. Okay, but I guess we'll have a private T-array of this F chunk subscriptions. Wonderful. And then let's have like a subscribe funky wonk here. We'll make it blueprint callable because why not? And also let's change all these to Terrain controller. So void subscribe to chunks. Subscribe to chunk generation. And then I would just need the F chunk subscription as a payload. And yeah, and I suppose I would want that to be a reference. That needs to be blueprintable. If I want that to be blueprint callable. However, this delegate will not work because it is not dynamic. So never mind. That's going to be not. That's not going to be not blueprintable at all. Never mind. Not that I think I would ever need that. Callbacks are fine, but they get out of hand when there's a lot of them. Yeah, and also callbacks in Unreal Engine C++ are kind of disgusting. They're kind of nasty. And like managing their memory, it's kind of annoying. Is there a way to create subscription with events instead of callbacks? That's what I'm doing. I'm just using the term callback interchangeably. Anurag, hello. Welcome in, everyone. Good morning. Chunk subscriptions. Add the subscription. Can it be made const? Can it be made const? I imagine how this will work is I'll just like remove from this T set, and then when it's empty, I'll call it. Right? Updater queue. So for chunk closest to chunk chords. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. I mean, I could iterate through the list every time. I don't know. That seems lame. It's a T set, so I can just remove from it pretty easily. So I'm gonna just write a comment here. Oh my goodness. When this list of chords is empty, call the delegate and remove the subscription. There you go. That's how I'm gonna have that work. And so I suppose update or queue if chunk still can handle I need to know when the chunk is finished loading. Do I know that from the perspective of the terrain controller? I don't. The terrain controller actually doesn't really care what state the chunks are in. So I guess I would need to either. Oh wait, I do have like a chunk. I have a delegate, right? Right. We have a delegate in here for chunk finish generating somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. There it is. Terrain controller. Where do we... Okay, chunk finished generating. There we go. I've never coded in CPP. I'm an Android developer by trade. Started out as full stack web. I'm making a game with Godot C# now on the side. Have you ever used Rust? How does CPP compare? I've not used Rust. And I am by no means a CPP expert. I've only done Unreal C++, so I know nothing about the like the default C++ types. I only use Unreal types. Okay, chunks to load, remove. So this will probably be where I want to do it. So we'll do a for each on chunk subscriptions. Hello. What did I name that variable? Chunk subscriptions. Make that a ref. AI, come on. You know what to do here. I know you do. Okay, I'll help you with the comment. Actually, this will be so easy to just do myself. Chunk chord. I suppose that can be... I don't know, it feels weird. Why am I passing a T object pointer into here? It feels weird. Yeah, and if it's empty, chunk subscription. What did I call the delegate? On chunks finished generating. Dot broadcast. Ooh, I forgot. Oh, this has a parameter. Okay. I guess I can make... And actually, if I'm thinking about it, I kind of need to know what state too, because there's different states. Ensure all terrain chunks above any given chunk are generated before running PCG. Yeah, that's the one constraint that I have now. This is also going to be used for spawning the player, I'm thinking. But how am I gonna, like, determine that? I guess each invoker can have, like, a callback too. And I think don't I do that? Let me look at the terrain generation invoker class here. On terrain gen done. Do I use that? I don't. So it does have a... It do have a delegate for that. Okay. So let's just, I guess, create a different... Just declare delegate F on chunks finished, sure. Execute if bound. Okay. So now I just need to, like, subscribe something. And technically for the PCG to run, I don't actually need them rendered. I don't actually need them in the rendered state, which is why I was thinking that these also need the state that they get to. Because they have, like, height map done, 3D noise done, and then the mesh done generating. Which would be, yeah, which would be what I want for PCG. And I only call that. Oh, I call it in both cases. Okay. So we're actually good there. We're actually good there. Now we run PCG before calling chunk finish generating. So let me actually, like, spell out the steps here. So we have chunk spawn slash init. 2 is height map generated, and that's only one height map needs to be generated for any given XY. You know, there's multiple Z's, so all those Z's share the same height map. Then we have 3D noise generated, and then we have what was it? Handle mesh done generating, and that's just the mesh generator, and I forget what exactly that does. On the mesh finished generating. That just gives me the buffer data. What is a chunk? Like a chunk in Minecraft? Exactly. Yeah. Tis like a chunk in Minecraft. 3D noise generated, mesh generated, PCG. Oh dear. Yeah, maybe let's not click that. So that's just, yeah, just buffer data. It just gives me the vertex and index buffers. The buffer boys. I'm in the wrong class. There we go. Is this a voxel game? No. Yes and no. Yes and no. We'll take a look at the terrain here. So there it goes. It does have destructible terrain. It is not tied to a voxelized resolution. It does use marching cubes. It does use marching cubes, which is what that one step is actually. Which is a voxel algorithm. But it is not tied to a voxel resolution. So all the texturing and stuff is all per vertex rather than voxel. So just any point in 3D space can be used. And so when you deform the terrain, it will not line up to a specific voxel dimension. But you know, if I look at the verts here, you're gonna see it looks a little voxely, and that's just kind of how. Yeah, marching cubes is actually an inferior algorithm. I should be using dual contouring. But that's a small difference. There is data loss in marching cubes. But yeah, so it's kind of voxelized. I have a height map generated that's generated in a uniform grid size. And then the 3D noise is generated is the 3D noise is voxels. The 3D noise kind of has to be. But when I connect them together, they don't necessarily line up. Like you might see some of these verts here, like they don't adhere. You can see right here, right? Some of those verts are just not. Those don't line up with a voxel grid, but a lot of them do. So it's like kind of halfsies. Halfsies. Okay, so the mesh is done generating. Oh, vertex data. When do we do that? Do I just do that on the game thread? No. Okay, so that would happen. That just kind of happens as soon as the mesh is done generating. Okay. Marching cubes, we'll say vertex data in this step as well. Okay, and then what comes after PCG? Do I do anything? Run, physics are created, navigation runs. Yeah, okay. PCG finished generating. Okay, and then finished generating. Where we run navigation at the very end. And where does the physics come into play? On create physics state. That just kind of, we just kind of have that going. That just kind of goes. Do peon plastic. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, it's a dope on plastic. Sorry, I didn't see the capitalizations. Dope on plastic. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, well, in Unreal Engine, Z is up. Navigate. Physics is somewhere in here. I don't know that that's like a... That just kind of happens. I don't like kick that off or anything. That just happens after, sometime after mesh done generating. Render, that just happens whenever the mesh is generated. Okay. What are you doing now? Last I saw you at 6 a.m. in the morning. We're still working on the terrain. I'm trying to devise a system for subscribing to a particular set of terrain chunks and get a callback when they're all finished. And now I'm kind of thinking that there's multiple states that each terrain chunk can be in, and a subscription might care about different states, right? But I guess for what I'm doing now, I only need this state to be done, which is right now. Right now, that's when it technically is finished. IMOZ should be up, XY should be horizontal plane. Well, it's all changing soon. They're changing the coordinate system. An Unreal Engine. It's in a very opt-in way, though, so that's going to be... I will probably never do that. That's going to be a massive change. A lot will go wrong. A lot will go wrong with my code if I change that. Can't you just the tough stuff to ChatGPT and copy paste that particular part? Yeah, so this isn't generic problems that I'm solving. If I needed a generic algorithm, I would do that. I would maybe do that. And I've done that with like a trilinear interpolation. I've done that with like a finite distance method. There are things to do that for. None of what I'm working on now, because I'm so far in the process of game development, it's all my own systems now. ChatGPT doesn't understand the systems that I wrote. They're not generic. They're very bespoke for my purposes. So it's kind of all up to me to figure it out. And yeah, I can use AI to help, but sometimes when you're at the stage that I'm at, that isn't necessarily faster. And nor does it necessarily give you the best result. Right now, I'm just trying to get my thoughts straight about what I want to do. So, how are you? I'm good. How are you? Welcome in, everyone. Good morning. Do you have texture meshing for performance increase? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, I think I don't need to worry about the states right now because it just so happens the one that I care about is actually when it finishes. Find that Gemini Pro, if you explain carefully and give enough context, still figures it out, even with pretty complex and custom cases. Yeah, but then you have to do that. I'd rather just write the code. Like, the writing the code part isn't the hard part, right? The explaining what I want and stuff is the time-consuming part. Once I have that, then we're off to the races, right? That is the time-consuming part. So, I mean, this technically works. So, I suppose what I would want to do with this then is before PCG can run. Or PCG can run. So, run PCG. Goes so much faster still. Maybe for you. That's fine. Yeah, maybe for you and in your projects. Okay, so I think what I want to do is we need to just on init add the subscription. We need to calculate the subscription part here. Can you give me some crazy project idea? No, that's on you. It's on you to figure out what interests you. If I gave you a crazy idea, it might not be something you're interested in, and you wouldn't be motivated to do it. Where do I want to put this? Let's just go right here, and let's make a function for subscribe if I can spell it right, subscribe to dependent chunks. Yeah, create that function real quick. And so that is going to be right below. We'll just put that right below. That can be private. Generate that definition. And so now we need to do a calculation. So calculate which chunks to subscribe to based on... Oh, and I need the height map data first, actually. So this needs to happen. This needs to happen in the height after we get the height map back. Otherwise, I have no idea. I have no idea what we should subscribe to. And if it's already generated by the time we initialize this chunk, it just gets called automatically. In Q3D noise gen, get a okay, so we have the height map data there. So we can probably just pass in that height map data then. I mean, I could just get it again, but... oh, and I'm just getting the height map noise data. Okay. Height map noise data. Why do you do that? Why do you do that? And I don't know that I care about that information anymore either. Subscribe to dependent chunks, height map. Okay, so let's pass in the height map data there. Calculate which chunks to subscribe to based on the max height map. PCG depends on every chunk that is above it before it can run. Are you planning to add water erosion simulation on top of random noise that generates terrain? Probably not. I don't really care about that level of fidelity. We are going for like a somewhat more stylized game. This is like what the assets I have are way more stylized than I want, but I just don't care, nor do I need that level of realism to produce a fun game, you know? That's just kind of, for me, that's kind of overkill. It's really cool for like super realistic terrain and stuff like that, but I just don't need or care about that. I will do some water stuff, like have some water bodies and some rivers and lakes and oceans and stuff like that, but no erosion or anything. No erosion or anything. This is a game? Yep. We're looking at procedural terrain right now. So these are all like little terrain chunks that have been generated by an algorithm that I wrote, and we're just doing some refactoring on that. We're kind of building a system to make sure. So like the problem, I guess, let me step back and I'll explain the problem space here. So it just looks cute. Thank you. Thank you. So when I run PCG, it runs on a per graph basis, and I need to determine whether a given so I'll take an even further step back. Let me show the nav mesh here. So you see that the nav mesh is generated on chunks that aren't actually here. This is because I just take the raw index and vertex data and I pass it to the nav mesh, and the nav mesh knows based on that data what the terrain is going to look like, even though it's not actually there. And I take that and I store that data in a bounding volume hierarchy, which is a spatial data structure. And what that does is it allows you to really efficiently query through that data instead of like having to iterate through every single one. And what I use that for is for collision traces. Because I want the whole world to be online, I need a very efficient way to represent these terrain chunks without actually having them, right? To save on memory. The world is quite large. The world is quite large. Every pixel on here is a terrain chunk. It's a lot of things to keep in memory. So I need to save everything I can. So that's why I don't want them actually, I don't want the meshes actually built here. I just want the most minimal amount of data I can. And because of that, I had to write my own collision traces against that bounding volume hierarchy spatial data. And that's what PCG uses to spawn. Usually when you use PCG in Unreal Engine, you need collision. You need collision traces to figure out, it'll do like some ray cast straight down, and when it hits like whatever you want it to hit, then it'll be like, oh, here's the point. Here's the point for that, and then you can tell it to spawn things there. So, do I use any games? This is Unreal Engine. This is Unreal Engine. And so for me, I want different things to spawn on the surface than in the caves, right? I don't want trees to spawn down here. And so in order to determine if it's a surface vertex, I need all of the chunks above it to be generated already so that I can do that line trace straight down against all that vertex and index buffer data. And right now I'm not doing that. It just kind of happens to work out most of the time. But there are a bunch of times where, some of this stuff might spawn on the surface, and some of the surface stuff might spawn down here because they generate out of order. I need, like for this chunk, I need to make sure that all the chunks above it are generated. Otherwise, I might get a line trace that goes straight through it and makes it think that it's on the surface when it's actually not. So that's why I'm writing this kind of subscription service, where for every chunk, it can calculate, like this chunk, these chunks right here only need this one, the one directly above it to be finished, before it can continue. But like this one, there's actually two chunks here vertically, so all these ones underneath it are a little dependent on it. Quite a bit more dependent. So that's the problem space that I'm in now. This did happen to generate correctly. Oh no, it didn't. So here's some errors right here. These things are supposed to only be spawned underground, but they're not spawned on the surface because of the issue I just described. So I just need to wait. I just need to wait till they're all done. So I just need to calculate that. And so let's do, I need a vector, or probably just float, or rather just an int for highest Z chunk. Max height map value divided by max num square verts per chunk. I would need this in the chunk coordinate space. So I do have, let me look here. So I have float highest height map Z equals height map data max, and then I'll multiply that by terrain gen param scale. So that is the world, I'll say world Z. So that's in the world coordinate space. Are chunks deterministic? So saving changes is just a differential. You don't save the whole chunk. Chunks are deterministic. The world is deterministic. Saving the chunk is not that big of a deal, though. I just save the whole thing. I would rather do that and save on performance than just doing the differential. But we'll see when we get to doing some more of the terrain deformation, how much it saves us. But right now, a terrain chunk is not very much data. It's not very much data. I think a save file for my game right now is like tens of megs. So not a big deal. Okay, highest height map world Z divided by max num. Why are we dividing by max num square verts per chunk? That would be 240. So that would take us back down. Yeah, so that takes us down into the chord space, I believe. Do we even want this multiplied by scale? Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't. So we'll just do max. So if max is like 1200, that would be at coordinate 1. 6000, yeah. Well, no, it goes 0, 6000, 12. No, that'd be at chord 2. Right? 6,000 is the top of 6,000 is the upper Z bound of chunk 0. 8. Oh yeah, it would be chunk 1. It would be chunk 1. The center of chunk 1 is 12,000. Really interesting project. Is it using transvoxel or something? No, so this is all my own stuff. I'm not sure what transvoxel is, but all my own code and algorithms. Iced Z chunk. I guess we could just like log this out for each one. Step through it a little bit. Let's just assume that that's correct. Max divided by... I probably need to do a... I probably need to center that. I think I need to do what I did in here, actually. See, the AI didn't understand that I center my chunks. Yeah, divided by terrain chunk worlds. Yeah, so let's just do this same code here. Highest height map. I'll say world Z just to be clear about it. Dot max times terrain and param scale. Okay. World chunk, and then we do the world chunk half size. Thank you. Hey, I understood the project there. AI so bad with transforms and rotations. Yeah, not great at whenever I do the procedural or the AI generated quests, it never understands 3D space very well. I give it the coordinate system and everything. I say, here's where this guy's located, and here's where this guy's located. Never understands. But I haven't worked on that for probably about a year now, so it's probably gotten a lot better. What if you run out of space on your computer? My dude, I have so much space on my computer, you have no idea. I have terabytes of space on my computer. Okay, so the highest Z chunk. So I need... I guess the difference between these two, highest Z chunk minus chord.z. The Z difference. Yeah, if it's greater than 0. Let's see if you understood the assignment here. I equals 1. Yeah, start at initializing at 1 is good. If it's less than or equal to Z diff, I plus 1. On it see, it thinks I want height map and stuff here. No, some kind of caves. Is the terrain is volumetric? It's 3D noise. It's 3D noise combined with a height map. So there are some voxels, but it is not coupled to a voxel resolution. Amazing work, thank you. Can I get your Insta? I do not have one of those. Okay, this is like a good start though. This is not correct. So this is not correct here. I just need to build out a F chunk subscription. Chunk subscription dot add. And this actually needs to go like up here. Chunk subscription dot chunk cores. Yeah, that. Add that. What is a voxel? It's just a predefined unit of space. It's like a uniform area. It's like a little cube basically. And what that helps you do is like build terrain and stuff like that. At a resolution, basically. So you could think of like each little square or something in a grid as a voxel. But usually when people create a voxel terrain, it is kind of stuck at that resolution, you could say. That's kind of a shitty way to describe it, but for the layman, you can think of it that way. BCG can run a runtime? Yep, it's got a runtime generation mode. Can I show a wireframe representation? I think so. It might be horribly unperformant. Wait, where is my... Can't I do F... Oh, God. You can go up there. Probably... They changed the UI here. Let me see. Isn't wireframe over here somewhere? wireframe. There we go. Yeah. There's the wireframe. So you can see where the voxelization doesn't so it's like, oh, it's like voxely in this area, but like right here, that's where the voxels don't line up. What was it? They changed it to Alt. Alt, did they? Okay, that's not... Oh, I hit Alt F4. Son of a bitch. Usually those perspective changes are like on F1, F2, F3. And I saw the keybind as Alt F1, 2, 3 or whatever. And then I hit Alt F4. Anyway, so we need the delegate here. We need the delegate here. So let's first say if chunk subscription dot chunk chords. If we have some chunk chords, then we can actually like dot bind uObject. Yeah, sure. So this, and then we can do handle dependent chunks finished generating. I don't know why I would want to do that second part. That was nowhere close. It's gonna be PCG. Oh god, PCG. What are you complaining about? Cool. How does one code voxels? That's cool. You'd have to look up. You'd have to research. Just look up some YouTube videos about marching cubes. That's probably a great place to start. Sebastian Legge has a good video on it. Or really just any sort of procedural generation. Just Google search or YouTube search for procedural generation, marching cubes, that kind of stuff. Handle PCG dependent chunks finish generating. Yes, create that. Where do I want to put you? Where do I want to put you? So you kind of happen... We'll do that above run PCG, because that's going to be kind of the order that it happens in. Yeah, and then I suppose we just run PCG from this. And then we should basically not run PCG. Sebastian also does wind water erosion. Yeah, not interested in. I am not interested in wind or water erosion. I forget why I have it running in so many places. I just only have it running in 2 places. I forget why I did this. Have you played Deep Rock? I've played the Survivors one. I haven't played the base one. Update terrain chunk. I guess I also need to make sure that this chunk is finished generating as well. I need to add myself. So I actually think I'll go start at 0 there. You're okay. You're very interested in erosion. And then what is it? ZDiff highest Z chunk, which would be like maybe 2 or 3. Minus whatever my current coordinate is. Maybe that's -1. Ooh. So what would that be? If that was like 3 minus -1, that would be 4. Okay, yeah, that is what I would want, right? Yeah, so I subscribe to myself, and then I go through, and we're counting up, so we're moving up. And then highest Z chunk. Should I do ceiling? I should maybe do a ceiling here. How do you debug memory leaks or desync gameplay bugs? Memory leaks, There's a tool called Memory Insights in Unreal Engine that you can use, and you basically just you can check the memory allocations of a certain set of objects over time, when they got allocated and when they get unallocated, and then that's kind of how you can check if you're memory leaking or not. Yeah, so I think I want to do an fmath seal to int here. I think. And I need to make sure I don't subscribe to... Guys, stop talking about erosion. Yeah, I need to make sure I'm not subscribing to like empty chunks that never get ran, right? So let me do some quick math here. Fast math. Okay, so if I'm a chunk at, let's say I'm at -1, and there's 2 chunks above me, and so the highest map world z would be in chunk z coordinate equals 1. The center of that chunk would be 12,000 z. 0, 6, 12. Yeah, it would be at 12,000. So if we had like a if we had a highest height map z at 16,000, I add the half height, 22,000, and then I divide by 12,000, which is the world chunk size. So I would get 1.83. And so if I did the ceiling, that would give me 2. Is that what I want? I'd be -1. Okay, yeah, I think that's what I want. Yeah, I think that's what I want. Not blueprints, not for procedural terrain generation. It needs to be quite performant. I'm just gonna throw a breakpoint in there, just so we know when that gets hit. Ooh. Okay, let's see here. What are you complaining about? You're complaining about shaders. Did I accidentally change something? What are you complaining about? A bunch of Niagara stuff? My god, what happened? I feel like I accidentally changed. Oh, here we go. Here, finally, it gives me the comes. Oh yeah, there's no there is no equality. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do then. Let's change that to a while. Num. Chunks remove at I else I plus plus. Okay. Okay. Oh, I never actually subscribed. Hang on. Hold the phone. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I think the Hollow Knight music is really good. I love the Hollow Knight music and the Zelda music the most, I think. The WoW music's also really good. Let me see here. Where is... Oh, the Age of Empires ones are so good, too. Which one's good here? Let me see. This one. Okay, let's see if PCG can actually spawn. I would not be surprised if it just didn't work at all. Yeah, it doesn't look like it is. Okay, so I never hit any of those breakpoints, so it never worked. Yeah, so let me see here. I'm imagining that this is not actually a ref. Although that is a ref, we add it. You can add... Let's see here. Okay, let's run it again and see if we're actually, like, even removing. Or not. Do we have any subscriptions even? We do. We do. I wonder if we're subscribing to one too many in the Z direction. 001, like that one I don't think exists. I don't think that's a chunk that exists. So I think did I go one too high? Because this is 00, right? Yeah, so there is no 001. I think we went too high. Oh, high. Should I not be adding... I added it so that I didn't have to do the ceiling, I believe. Is that what makes that work? Okay, let's not do the ceiling. Run live coding there. Look at this very, very empty world. Okay, live coding. Aha, now we get here. Okay, so we are getting there now. So some PCG is running. There we go. So all that I'm looking for now is that this continues to work. Okay, spawning the player is being weird. What song is this? It's on the player there. Dragonborn by Bits and Hits. The Skyrim song. Okay, what are you upset at here? Why am I spawning the player on a background thread? What happened? Is that usually what happens? On chunk finish generating. I mean, I guess it can. Okay. Why do I feel like that's never an issue before? Yeah, we're stuck. Yeah, why is that only sometimes an issue? That seems like the kind of thing that should always be an issue. What are you gonna use for multiplayer? Just UE's networking? Just whatever I need to. Whatever I need to get it done. So far, just built-in UE stuff. What's the ID? This is Ryder, JetBrains. So, IntelliJ, basically. What's a programming language? We're working in Unreal Engine C++. Unreal Engine. Okay, let's see if this still works. Okay, and now it keeps opening in wireframe mode. We don't need that. Unity? No. Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine. Okay. We're going. Is the player going to spawn on the background though? So, see, it worked fine there. So, if it's an issue, why is it not always an issue? Also, PCG is not consistently running either. I guess I probably just need to check. Subscribe to dependent chunks. We should probably log some information here. Let's do a log here, just so I can see. Subscribe to dependent chunks. Let's do, yeah, get name can be the first one. Subscribed to one chunks, and that'll just be chunk chords num. Okay. That's just going to give me some information. And if this number is 1, that means it's only subscribing to itself. Congratulations, you subscribe to yourself. Which honestly feels a little weird, but it should still work. Someday all the passcode will hate us back. We're doomed because of people like you, like me. Poor code. Well, you don't like my garbage code? I've seen garbager. I've seen more garbagier code. Give me the... I should have opened the logs here. Yeah, only a few of them are actually getting finished. So let me look at x equals 0, y equals 0, z equals 0. How many chunks did we subscribe to there? It should have only been 1. I guess let me also look for the term subscribe. Okay. Title is I hate all my passcode. Yeah, that's just the vibe every day. Okay, so we didn't even get here. So I guess I don't know why I'm checking this, because we should always be subscribing to ourselves now. Yeah, so we should, it should be greater than or equal to. I think that's the issue. So anything that didn't have a chunk above it wasn't running. Yeah, that makes sense. Title is I hate all my passcode. Yeah, but you said we're doomed because of people like me. Like my code it's bad, but it's not that bad. Bad, but it's not that bad. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. Hello. There's all my stuff. It's my garbage, and you can't have it. Now, I am noticing, is this chunk... Okay, that chunk maybe just didn't get finished. What chunk is that? 1, 2, 0. Oh, there it goes. Okay, it was still running. Still running. Okay. Commented that way. That's okay. I'm just playing around. I don't take any offense or anything. I love this seed. This is such a good seed. Has a lot of nice caves. Very good for testing. Very good for testing. Now this is ocean over here, so we don't care about that. And this mountain shouldn't actually be here. I think that's good now. Actually, I think I'm looking at everything. There was that. Wasn't there some stuff on the side here? Oh, that's still there. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay, why is that still fucksy wucksy, huh? Why is that still fucksy wucksy? That's fine. This is all fine. That's not fine. It's like because it's on the edge. Is it the same over here? It's on the it is on the edge. How to in the works. Not quite. Just reusing some assets for placeholder stuff. Okay, so let me see actually. Do I have any red now? I shouldn't. Let me rerun this. There should be no red. Because before I was getting like a lot of red for missing line traces. So far so good. Oh, I did see a little bit. So I guess let's filter. Okay, not things I care about. Those are fine. That was not the red I'm looking for. These are not the droids you're looking for. Where was the... There we go. So I need to figure out why the edges think that they're underground. Why is that point underground? So let me open up Forest PCG, or no, this will be Meadow PCG graph. Default caves as well. Okay, so filter on terrain material type is on surface. So give me fuel, give me fire. Is on surface. Wait, I'm filtering 4 things on the surface? That doesn't... I should be doing the opposite. Is on surface false for a lot of these. Oh, for bool value, false. I'm filtering for false. Okay. Okay. Here's what that looks like. And okay, yeah, so the edges are messed up is what I'm seeing. That's such a cute little line that it's drawing though. Yeah, that should not be the case. Why are those not on the surface? Okay, we're gonna have to dig into the chunk surface sampler code. Oh, double clicking does, okay. The chunk surface sampler is a node I wrote in C++ that samples the chunk using my own collision system stuff. Using my own line tracing. Here we go. Line trace. So I think we need to debug this a little bit. Let me see. Start should be world height, local height. Am I just starting above my chunk? Okay, this is gonna get really laggy, I think. Because I want to do some debug drawings here. I want to do some debug drawings, but that's going to run for every chunk. I don't want that. Don't I have a run PCG on each one? Can't I do that? Yeah. I can just click run here. So I can run it one per chunk. Okay, so maybe it won't be too bad. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to draw debug line first. Get world. I don't think there is a get world. I should be using one somewhere in here though. We can use terrain chunk to do it, I suppose. I use source component. Okay, we'll do that. What are you building? We're working on a video game. Doing some refactoring to the procedural terrain system I have here. Start and end, which is in world space. Let's do, it's usually green that it does the line traces on. Persistent lines, no, just do like 10 seconds. False, 10 seconds, okay. And then, so draw that, and then also draw debug point. And so if we actually get the hit, what'll it be? Out hit. Well, I guess we can just do this. Is on surface attribute set true. Okay. Out hit dot impact point. Size 20. Make it red, false, 10 seconds. Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. So if impact point equals world space point with a tolerance of 1, it is on the surface. What is world space point? That's the point. Oh, right. Okay. So what we're doing is we're sampling a bunch of points on the chunk. And for every single one of those points, we do a line trace from the same XY, but we do world height, local height, get interpolated height. So this is like the height map height plus the height tolerance, which I do. So we do 100 above the height map. I could name these better. So we need to, getting the interpolated height is probably the issue. I'm gonna guess that's where we're going wrong at, because that's kind of a estimation. Height map noise data. X and Y. So this should be local. I'll say height map Z. World height map Z. Okay, so let's run live coding there. And then we're going to rerun PCG on just a few select chunks and see what that looks like. What are you coding? We're working on a video game. Here it is. It's our procedural terrain system. And doing a little bit of debugging right now. We did some refactoring. And now I'm doing some debugging for the procedural spawn things. These rocks shouldn't be there because they're supposed to be underground. Which language are you using? So this is Unreal Engine, so it'll be C++. C++, a little bit of blueprints sprinkled in here and there. Can we get going, please? Thank you, jeez. Did that actually run at all? I don't think that actually ran. Ah, this would be... Here, we'll run it here. We'll run it here. Come on. Come on. Yeah, probably going to be a lot of that. Probably going to be a lot of that. Yeah, there's a lot of lines. I know, there's a lot of lines. Oh, no. Is there any way I can, like, suspend these? Because, yeah, there's going to be a lot. Okay, oh my god. Yeah, so there's all the line traces that are happening. I think the points that I'm drawing are a little too large. I think they're a little too large. Why don't you use switch instead of multiple if else? I'm not sure what case you're talking about, but usually a switch is on a single value. That's why you would use a switch statement. A single variable, rather, that has multiple values. So, I don't know which case you're talking about, but I don't think that's what I should be using. That's not the proper usage. Okay, so I do see a bunch of these ones. I don't think are getting hits. Maybe I just can't see them. Yeah, there should be a hit right there, but there's not. Yeah. And why is that? Oh, I bet because they're on the edge, the interpolated height kind of doesn't work, does it? That might be why. Let me look at the vertices here. Yeah, let me take a look at how the interpolated height works here. What happens when we get into the... We are clamping. So what this does is it's getting the... Because these points that I'm sampling aren't... They don't align to any vertex, I have to interpolate what the height is at that point. And so this is doing a bilinear interpolation. It's good to be more concise in the naming, shorter names without losing meaning. Yes. Thank you for your input. I have been writing code for 14 years. You developing a game? I am. So we are clamping it to the size. X, min value, max value. Yeah. Uh, 2D to 1D to change the coordinate space. Floor to end. Floor to end, huh? It would be nice to know which vertices it's grabbing for the interpolation. Okay, let's do this. Let's only do the debug drawing if we don't think we're on the service, because those are the error cases. So let's first of all clean up the debugs. Let's run that. We'll rerun it. Let's click play and get all those old ones out of here. Okay. And you know what? Let's go ahead and well, oh no, I shouldn't have done that. Okay. Well, okay, this is gonna lag like a ton. Actually, let's run the gen before the live coding finishes. Oh no, it finished. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I know. Okay, we're gonna have to restart. We're gonna have to restart. And we need to comment these out at first, actually. If Ryder will pay attention to me. Thank you, Ryder. Stop the build. There we go. Okay. Because that's just going to be lag city. That is just going to be lag city. What are your thoughts on coding agents like Cursor? I don't think they're quite there yet. I think from what I've seen, you know, I look at the Cursor subreddit, I see the posts and stuff like that, and a lot of people seem to be complaining that it kind of starts to suck. The context of these AI models seems to break down when your project gets large, and it doesn't seem to write very scalable or understandable code once the project gets large. It seems like it's great for prototyping, for proof of concepts, for small apps even. It seems great for that. But when it comes to, you know, the majority of enterprise, real world software engineering cases where you're working on a very large application that is, you know, very opinionated in how it does things, because that's just the nature of how things go when they get to that scale. It doesn't seem to produce code that you would want to maintain. Again, that's speaking as a software engineer of 10 years. Okay, so let's wait for all that to finish. What world size am I aiming for? So here's the world. Each, it's probably kind of hard to see. So each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. Each terrain chunk is about 12,000 Unreal Schmeckles, which is that size. So that's 1 pixel on the map. The map is 128 by 128. There's me. Which I think, if I remember the math, that makes it about 1.5 kilometers in size. If I'm remembering correctly. Okay. So we're back here. Now we can uncomment this and run it. So live coding there. And then we won't have so many assertions hit and who's he what's it. Okay, PCG component. I guess let's just generate. Yeah, we're gonna hit a bunch of this stuff. We're just gonna have to get through it. We're just gonna have to get through it. Yep. I know. I'm doing debug drawings from the background thread and you don't like that. I know. Okay, that was the opposite result that I wanted, actually. That was if it's equal, it's on the surface. Yeah, I only wanted the non-surface ones. Oh, right, because we're all, yeah, okay. Right. There we go, it's beautiful. Okay. What are you using to display the map? Just built-in Unreal Engine stuff. Yeah, so those must have been all for the... Is that the bottom of the chunk? Is that one chunk? No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay, so the chunk... Right. The chunk ends like right here. Okay, so... God, it is so hard to see. Where are my traces for these boys? That should have been... Is on surface, set to true. Let me debug that. Again, we're all upset. I know. Oh God, it's got to run all of... Oh no. It's going to do this for every chunk now. Oh, I hate that I just did that. Yeah, and now you're throwing a fit because, yeah, things are shitty. Okay. So let me think about this for a second. Looks like WoW a lot. I'm just using the frickin', I remade the nameplate, okay? And I'm reusing some of the icons for placeholders. And some of the sounds and some of the animations. They're placeholders, just placeholders. So if it's close enough to equaling the point, that we set is on surface equal to true, but none of those edge verts showed up that way when they did before. I hate that there's such a specific order that I have to debug this in, or else the engine just throws a fucking fit. Not gonna make it easy. It's not gonna make it easy for me, is it? World space point tolerance 1. If it is equal, well, I guess Oh, you know what? I wonder if it didn't even get a hit at all. It didn't get a hit at all. That's probably what okay. That's probably what happened. Yes, thank you. Okay, so let's capture that case. Let's capture that case. So we're gonna run it first. Yes, thank you. Thank you for that assertion. Okay. Chunk surface sampler. So we want this else. Okay. Wait for it all to run. Let's show me the debug for this guy. You're probably gonna run for a while. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should just reduce. There we go. There's some of the debug drawings. Look at this nice tube. Let me look at the output log, which I minimized. Are you still going? Are you still doing things? You're not. Okay. Now, are you gonna let me do this? Is that fine? Okay, now they're like starting to pop up and stuff. Yeah, these rings effectively should not be here. They should not be there. PCG runs in mysterious ways. Okay, so let's uncomment this now. Run live coding. Okay. Dare I click generate? Dare I? Force generate, I suppose? Force generate? There we go. Okay, pause. Yeah, so all those didn't hit anything. They all kind of happen to be... Those two make sense. Oh, you know what? Well, no, those ones still should have. One thing I need to do is a bunch of impact points at 0, 0. One thing I need to do is handle cross chunk traces, and maybe doing that is what would help this issue. And those didn't even hit. I guess they wouldn't. That would have been a back face hit, so that wouldn't have counted. But why just all on this one edge? It would be this. Hang on, let's let those run out. Go away. Go away. Okay. Generate it for here. Yes, I understand. I understand. I don't. Does anyone know a way to like silence the assertions? It would be nice to not have to click through those every time. Okay, this was the same. I don't know why this terrain chunk. This is a weird terrain chunk. Yeah, it's doing like a cross chunk. I mean, that's technically the same chunk. It is just very close to the edge. It is very close to the edge. Yeah, this terrain chunk is just so weirdly shaped. Kind of hard to reason about, to be honest with you. Because some of the chunk is right here. You know, there's all that chunk down there, but then there's also this side slab. I guess the good thing is that all of these start points, all of these sampled points are actually on the chunk in question. The tracing is just not returning hits. That's the issue here. Are you making a game? I am. I am. So let's take a look at the line trace function then. Again, this is like my own line trace that I built, because I'm just storing the vertex and index buffers as just like some raw data. And I store that in a spatial mesh, like a bounding volume hierarchy. And that way I can like efficiently do traces through it. Oh, it had a debug on it. I could have just used that, I suppose. Why does this seem to return backface hits? Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember why that was the case, or if that's still even happening. It's definitely not for a lot of these. So I don't think... The issue is not with the bilinear interpolation, because the height that they start from does seem to be correct. It is an issue with the line trace itself. Now I do some transformation on the start and end points to put them into the right coordinate space. What are my query options here? Only allow queries when the underlying mesh has been modified without updating. Query threads may be useful for interactively modified, but it requires the caller to pass an appropriate T triangle filter. Your channel shows 2 active live streams. Yeah, there's a horizontal one and a vertical one. And then there's one over on Twitch as well. Max distance. Distance between start and end. Boy, if this could just work, that sure would be just gee willikers good. Is this Elder Scrolls lo-fi? It does seem to be. It does seem to be. Good luck with your project. Thank you so much. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. You need to use box hit. The box hit return. Okay. Okay. I'm wondering, what if I just, let me try this. What if I just start it even higher? Let's just do 1,000. We're gonna do 1,000 above the height map. I wonder if when we transform it to the local space before we do the line trace, that it's just like too small or something. A shot in the dark. A definite shot in the fucking dark, but we'll see if that works. Someone who's working with UE professionally, what's the best way to go about learning how to make games? Wait. Like, you are working in UE professionally? already, and you're asking me how to go about learning how to make games in Unreal Engine? Or are you assuming that I am working in it professionally? Nice World of Warcraft assets, thank you. I do not work professionally in this. I do not, I'm not a professional game developer. Okay, force generate, pause. There's even more misses, actually, now. There's even more misses. What? What? Oh, you know what? Hang on. Hang on. I think I know why. Yeah, we need to do this part. Okay, we need to do this part. I know the issue. I know the issue. Okay. Everything but chunk service sampler. So we're going to, what are we calling this commit? Let's get this out of the way. It's just like a build chunk subscription service. Build chunk subscriptions. Sure. So commit that, get that out of here. That's done. I know the issue. I know the issue. Okay. Yes, I am working in UE professionally, but I work on very limited scopes, not full gameplay tools, more like a tools programmer. Writer for the win? Yes, writer is very nice. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you might know more than me. If you're a professional Unreal Engine dev, I'm just a hobbyist. And I learned by doing. I learned by doing things that I'm interested in. I'm not a tutorial guy, so I don't have like specific resources or anything. I always just search for what I'm trying to get done. So I guess my suggestion, and that's just the way I learn, maybe you're not like that, but for anyone trying to get into programming or game dev or whatever, you know, come up with something that you're passionate about, that you're interested in, that you're motivated by, you know, a project, no matter how small or large. I don't like the advice that people give where it's like, oh, you have to start small if you're going to do game dev. I don't think so. What's your main job? Software engineer. Software engineer. But yeah, I just come up with a project, break it down to its smallest pieces. You know, what is the, you know, don't think like, what is the final goal? You know, it's good to have that in mind, but you got to think, what is the simplest version of what I want? Break it down to its smallest form, easiest form, and start searching. Start Google searching, use AI, you know. YouTube, a lot of YouTube videos on Unreal Engine. So yeah, just break it down, start solving it piece by piece. That's how I do it. That's how I do it. My main struggle is making the controller and animations belong into that. Gameplay systems is fun. Yeah, I'm not great at animations. I'm not great at rendering or animation side of game dev, so that's definitely my weak point. I used, I guess I can give you, there is a, let me see here, ALS C++ refactored. I use this for all my movement. So ALS C++ refactored, it's this one right here. I use this plugin for all my movement and stuff. So if you're looking for a locomotion thing, it's very, very heavy-handed, but I think it looks quite nice. And it's very hard to work with. So out of the box, you get a lot, but it's hard to work with. So if that's something you're interested in, and it's all in C++, I think there are some blueprint versions of it. There's multiple versions of this plugin. Yeah, there's one on Fab, I think. There's another one on GitHub that's like a community version. Yeah, this one, I think. But this is like, I think this is a blueprint one. Oh no, this says C++ as well. But yeah, if that's your thing. Again, don't say I didn't warn you. It is hard to work with. But out of the box, it looks nice. But yeah, the problem here is that I'm actually starting too high. And changing that number actually made me realize that. Because I'm starting outside of the terrain chunk, actually. And I don't have that functionality built in here. That's what this to-do is. Handle traces where start and end are in different chunks. So I need to calculate which chunks to trace through. So I actually need to do an array of this. I need to do an array where we start in the starting terrain chunk and end in the ending terrain chunk. Okay, so this may be a good use for AI. This may be good because I can generify what I want to do here quite simply. Handle traces where start and end are different chunks, so I need actually a T array of a terrain chunk, pointers, chunks, and I need it to be in order starting from start. That way I can do an early exit if I have a hit, and I don't need to check the other chunks. So this is then going to be calculate the chunks that are within the line trace, sure. From start in order, from start to end. Okay, so let me do this. How can I help you? Yeah, go away. I just want procedural terrain subsystem. Let's say here. I guess we're gonna see what GPT-4.1 gives me here. We're vibe coding now, boys. You're taking much longer than I would like. You're losing points. You are currently losing points. Wow. This is taking a long time. Oh dear. Oh, they actually show the diffs in the editor now. That's nice. Okay, what do we got here? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. God damn, you just spit out so much code. Get chunk size. Yeah, that's a good start. Start coordinate and end coordinates. 3D DDA algorithm for grid traversal. Oh, I wonder if you can get Claude to run prompt and writer. Yeah, so there's a bunch of, it's probably out of frame slightly, but there's a little selector box down here. Let me see if I can get that in frame. Oh dear. That's OBS. Yeah, so this is Copilot, so you have all these to choose from here. So yeah, Claude. Oh no, it only goes to Claude 3.7. So they haven't put, I wonder if that's in, hang on, let me check the settings. Let me check the settings. Oh, I have it turned on. Claude 4 is in the settings and I have it turned on. Do I have to like pay for that or something? Oh, it's only available in Visual Studio. Oh. That's so lame. So I can't use Claude 4 in Writer. Ugh. Oh, I hate Microsoft. And their proprietary bullshit. Okay, anyways, I would like you to put this into a function, into a generic function. Whatever this algorithm is. I've never heard of this algorithm. Let me just go to chat real quick. Just ask. New chat. Yeah, accept and continue. And give me 2.5 Pro. Explain the purpose of this algorithm. And while I read this, oh, it just plopped it all down in here for me. Wonderful. The 3D digital differential analyzer. Jesus Christ, that's a mouthful. Is an algorithm for traversing a grid. This context is used to efficiently determine which terrain chunks a line trace passes through. Instead of checking every chunk for an intersection, calculates the sequence of chunks that the line segment crosses from its start to its endpoint. Yeah, I know that. Although the comment mentions 3D DDA, the code implements a 2D version. Wow, Gemini just fucking giving ChatGPT the business there, huh? What editor do you use? This is Rider by JetBrains. Wow. Yeah, there's only an X and a Y. There is only an X and a Y. Okay. I wonder if there's a built-in... Let me just do a search for this. No, there's not. Okay, I didn't think the algorithm for this would be so complicated. I guess the complicated part is like diagonals, right? If it's just doing vertical traces, it's not that big. It's a pretty easy algorithm to use. It really wouldn't even be an algorithm. Okay, what do I want to do about this? Do I want to do like a super fancy, robust 3D algorithm or whatever? Or do I just want to write the simple version that works for the current use case that I have? Because this is going to increase, or rather decrease the performance of my line trace. And I am in the process of combining my 3 different line trace systems, so... What do I want? Assuming terrain is 2D grid, yeah. It is not a 2D grid, it is a 3D grid. So, ChatGPT, you failed me there. Okay. Let me grok this a little bit here. Start XY, end XY. Start chord, yeah, we've calculated the start chord and end chord, that makes sense. Or to end. We have an index. What are we using the index for? We don't use it for anything. Next boundary. Divided by check plus 1. If step X. Oh yeah, that's kind of nasty. That's a nasty one. Look at this ternary. Look at that fucking ternary. The double ternary. Yeah, I kind of want this to be popped into a generic function at the very least. Okay, let's do this. Give me AI Studio. 2.5 Pro, yeah. Is that the good one? I think that's the good one. Oh, they have a flashlight. Bro, look how cheap that is. I wonder how fast it is too. Rate limits 4,000 requests per minute. Okay, so give me an Unreal Engine C++ function that performs a 3D, let's actually spell performs right, performs a 3D DDA algorithm. Now, Gemini is very commenty. It's going to give me lots of comments. Have I tried Claude Pro? No, I refuse to pay. I refuse to pay for anything other than autocomplete. Okay, let's just see what it one-shots out here. The 3D DDA algorithm. I guess I should have specified something a little bit more. Because I guess what I needed to output are grid coordinates. I don't know if it'll, I don't know if it'll understand. That I want 3D coordinates output from it. Blue wall, start location, grid size, out traverse cells. It did understand. F infector is actually precisely what I would want there. Start location. Yeah, it has the grid size, which would be the world grid size. Okay, I guess it may need an origin. It may need a grid origin. But my grid origin, as long as it understands that the grid is centered on 0, 0 in the world, it should be fine. Which I think is probably what's happening. Current voxel, sure. Last voxel, which is our target. The current voxel. They're the same, we're done. Nice, early out. The direction we step in the grid. Ray direction, X, Y, Z. Yes, yeah. Calculate T values. T represents the distance along the ray. Okay. Calculate T delta, the distance needed to travel along the ray to cross one whole voxel. It's a very large number if the ray is parallel to an axis to avoid division by 0 and ensure that the axis is not chosen. Interesting. How, I suppose the efficiency of this algorithm determines how long the trace is, right? If it's a short trace, it probably would only just return the first one. Okay. Limit iteration to prevent infinite loop. We should only have a maximum of 128. That's the world size. Max loop iterations. Okay, it's doing some math there. A safe limit would be Manhattan distance plus some buffer. It's going like super big brain on that when I could just like fucking type 128. Okay. How to use and visualize it. Okay. Let me just ask one thing. Does this assume that the grid is centered on 0, 0, 0? That's the only question. I think it does, which is what I want. I'm currently focused on the user's insightful question regarding the grid center. Oh, why thank you, Gemini. Thank you so much. I know, it was very insightful. It prompts me to thoroughly understand the underlying coordinate system. Now diving deeper into the implications of division and floor operations. Seems the code implicitly assumes the grid centered at 0, 0, 0, but I need to definitely prove that by analyzing how negative coordinates are handled. I don't think you do. I don't think you do. Oh god, it updated it. Oh god, okay. The direct answer is no. It doesn't assume the grid is centered on 0, 0, 0, but it does assume the grid is aligned with the world origin. The key is in these lines of code. Convert world coordinates to grid coordinates. Okay. World coordinate divided by grid size. Let's see what it produces. If grid size is 100, then any world location from 0, 0, 0 up to 99.99 will result. Okay, so it's not centered. It should be centered. Okay. A world location from 100 to 199 assumes the net coordinates. This means the voxel 0, 0, 0 is an AABB world space from 0, 0 to... Yeah, we want that to be centered. Why this might be a problem. You might have a procedural world. I do. And where a chunk at world position would have its own local grid starting at 0, 0, 0. You might want your grid to be centered. Meaning the world origin is in the middle of the voxel. Okay. So I can just pass a grid origin offset. Okay. That should be fine. Now it's passing a vector of grid origin. Instead, oh, it has grid size too. Okay, I missed that. Okay, that should be better. The rest of the algorithm is exactly the same. Really, we just need those. Okay, let's copy that original one. We're just gonna we basically one-shot this. Is there no copy button for this? Bad Gemini interface, bad. Copy pasta. Oh, there it is. It's at the bottom. Okay. So go to UE5 we're gonna copy pasta in there. There we go. There we go. But this is what AI is good for. You know, writing these super algorithm-y questions, codes. Okay, and then give me the def, function def, with some really nice comments there. You can tell the code Gemini wrote because it actually's got comments on it. Okay, but now we're going to copy the origin offset, which I think was just an F vector, right? Yeah, const F vector, grid origin, okay. Easy peasy. Okay. And then we're going to copy just this part, right? Let me look at the difference. Start location, grid size. Minus grid origin. Okay. But wait, if grid origin is fucking 0, 0. I'm gonna rename this. I'm gonna rename this to grid offset. Right. Grid origin makes makes me think that's where the center is. I don't know, is that what grid origin usually refers to? I feel like no. Let's go grid offset. And then I'll need to pass in negative. Yeah, let's do plus here as well. So we're gonna do yeah, so we would want to pass in negative half size. Okay, let's get rid of all this. UE5 utils dd traversal. Okay. World starts. No, starts. World end. Terrain world chunk size. I need like the half size. Float. World chunk. Half size. Yeah. F vector. Negative world chunk half size. I think that initializes every component, right? Yeah. Okay. Reversal, and then we just need a. Give me a T array of f int vector. F int vector. Chords. Call that chunk chords. And then the chunk size. Rather, let's just do world chunk size because I need the full size for the other parameters. So we'll do chunk divide that by 2 and rename it. Okay. When's the game releasing? Ask me again in 5 years. Okay, so then we just need to, for each chunk cord and chunk cords, terrain, or I guess it would be endless terrain, which we need to rename. Endless terrain, get terrain chunk, chunk cord. I should probably change my chunk coordinate identifiers to int vectors, but I was kind of too lazy to do that. Chunks dot add. Well, let's make sure that it's not null on the off chance. And we'll say if chunk add chunk, else put a log. I want an error. I want to know if that happens. Error, line trace, missing chunk, log the chunk coordinate. Okay. Okay, so we have the chunk. That's such a nasty long line there. Do that. Okay. If chunk, add chunk. Otherwise, give me a log that lets me know. So delete this, and we'll say instead. Ooh, or mesh is not done generating. That's a great point. The mesh could be generating. Hopefully I shouldn't be calling this if that's still happening. If chunk and chunk mesh done generating, else if, I guess there's two different scenarios here. That's missing chunk. Else if chunk and not done generating, it's a different log. Chunk not done generating. Okay. And so we go if chunks dot is empty. No terrain chunks. No terrain chunks. And then I need to iterate through these chunks and do a line trace for each chunks, and I want to rename that. It actually, was that an AI suggestion? Hang on. Huh. Nice. I don't know. That was a new feature. Terrain chunk. Okay, there should be no nulls in there. There should be no nulls in there. Okay, if hit, return true here. Otherwise, we continue. Or rather, let's do an early out to prevent additional nesting. I love me some early outs. I love me some guards. Okay. Let me see here. Does this look good? Yeah, so we're going to do a line trace for each chunk. Let's inline this now. Inline that. Why are you mad? Oh, right, if we get to the end, we should return false here. If we get to the end, false. Okay, that was a bit of a doozy. We're gonna rebuild. We're gonna rebuild. Before we do that, let's comment that out. So I'm gonna rebuild. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll be back. So BRB 2 secs. Okay, we're back. We are back. Love this song. Any AoE2 fans? Okay, let's see what happens now. Oh god, it's not working. Okay, can I pause here? There's a lot going on. Yeah, that excuse me, that did not work. At all. Some of it did actually. Oh, it's so laggy. Pause, please. Pause. Okay. Show me just the show me just the errors, please. My god, there's so many logs, it's lagging so hard. Okay. Are you still logging? Yeah, it's still going. We're still going. So yeah, there were just some null chunks. Was it just not... Was it not done? I mean, it kind of spawned correctly. It's mostly incorrectly though. Mostly incorrectly. Okay. Did I use it? Is this user error, first of all? Offset should be the center. World chunk size. Chunk chords. So let me just... Did any of these work? I wonder. Did any of these work? I want to have a log for like what this outputs. Maybe let me just put a breakpoint here. Is there still any in progress that I can inspect? Okay. Start point 19,000, 6,000, 7,000. So that's what? That's going to be in -2, 1, 1, -2, 1, 1 is what that would be. That's the chunk it would be in. The chunk coordinate and output was 1, 0, 0. Okay. Don't think that's correct. Start location, kind of the same thing. $100. Grid size 12,000. Grid offset -6,000. So we subtract 6,000 from each component here. That should be above. Yeah, it's off by 1. It's off by 1. Well, I guess let's see what current voxel is. It's doing a floor. I don't think it should be doing a floor. Or am I wrong? Let me think about that harder. 24, so it's going to be like 0, negative 12,000, negative 24,000. Or no, we're going the other way. So it's going to be 0, 12K, 24. Okay, so it is at 1. It is at 1. But then it should be at... And then y equals 6,000. What is that? That's like that would be in 1 as well. Let me write this down. Let me paint this. So give me, just give me some grids here. Give me... sure. Act like those are all the same shape. Act like those are the same shape. So this is all zeros. And then this line would be 6,000. Which would make the center 12,000. So that's 6K, 6K, 6K. Which would mean this line... Oops. This line is 18,000. I am doing some procedural terrain stuff for a video game. 6,000, 8,000, 12,000 in the center. And what's our... Remind me what the start location was. 19... Yeah, okay, so this is actually in 0, 1. This would be 2. So 19 would be in here, actually. So yeah, this is not doing what I thought it would. It needs to be doing a ceiling. Okay, let's just rebuild. Rebuild all that. Yeah, it would be at no, it'd actually be 2, 1, 1. Yeah, 2, 1, 1 is what it would be at. Okay. And that probably also should be ceiling as well. Let's get rid of those graphs for now. Pop that over, pop that back over. Okay. Run, run, run. Thank you, thank you. Let's go away. Only show me, yeah, only show me errors. Okay. No more breakpoints for just a second. Oh god, it sucks so bad. Oh no. It is doing things. It's so laggy. Oh no. Okay. It is doing things. It seems like it is kind of working though. So what I'm trying to do is I wrote my own line tracing system so that I could query the chunk data without there actually being a mesh. Like I could do line traces against just raw chunk vertex index buffers. rather than needing to use the built-in Unreal Engine traces so I could save on memory. But that means I have to determine the starting... I have to determine the chunks that a line trace passes through. So we just kind of like AI'd ourselves apparently what is called a DDA algorithm. And that determines the chunk coordinates that a line trace is going to pass through. Let me just close the logs there, and maybe this will run a little bit better. Give me a line, give me some frames here. I want to see. I wonder how bad this algorithm is running. Probably kind of bad. Probably pretty bad. I think it should be mostly happening on the background thread. Jesus Christ. This is not exactly the graph that you want to see. Okay, most of it is slate tick. That's fine. That's fine. 80 milliseconds per frame of slate ticking. Yeah, I understand you want to make fluid transition between chunks. That's not what I'm talking about. So I'm storing the triangle and index and vertex data in a bounding volume hierarchy. It's a spatial data structure so that you can trace through it without having to iterate over every single one. And you can perform collisions and line traces. And I think we did fix our issue over here with the spawning. When I spawn this stuff, I need to do line traces against, like, there's not a chunk there. There's no chunks here, right? Like, this is just raw data. There's no actual, I haven't meshed anything. There's no representation in the game here. Navigation hasn't generated all the way out here, but if it were, you'd see the navigation here as well. But the way I know where to spawn this stuff is because I have this line tracing system that I built that does line traces. And it's important because I need to determine what is underground and what is surface. That's what I use a lot of these line traces for. And so I sample a bunch of points on that vertex and index data, and I can just use math to determine where that would be in 3D space, even though there's not a mesh there. Or like situations like this, like there's a tunnel here. There will be when it actually gets built. And for every point sampled, there's a lot. It's not just the ones that get selected for things to spawn at. I do a line trace from right above the height map to the bottom of this terrain chunk. To determine if it hits something before the sampled point, then I know that the sampled point is underground or not a surface vertex. And I originally was just being really naive with that, and I was only checking the current terrain chunk that the line trace starts in. And that was just a naive thing that I kind of kicked the can down the road on that. But now I did this DDA traversal thing, which Gemini generated for me. I had to fix it a little bit. I think it is fixed now because it does look correct. But that actually allows me to trace, do line traces across different chunks, not just a single chunk. And the effect that was happening because of that was that, like, a chunk like this, where the top of the chunk is like right here, I would start to line trace from slightly above the chunk, which was actually outside of this chunk. So there were no hits getting returned, which made, and the way I treat that as I treat that as a underground if there's no hit, which I should probably log if there's no hit, because that shouldn't happen. That should not happen anymore. But that meant, like, on the edges, it kind of seemed pretty consistently on the edges of chunks, my underground assets would be spawning, which is not what I wanted. Now, we did get a ton of fucking errors, which is not what I wanted to see. But everything does look like it's spawned correctly now, which is good to see. So we'll have to figure out why were those errors getting logged and stuff. We will have to figure that out. I understand all chunks connected blend to one big mesh. If each chunk's located separately, then why you not try hide chunks when you can't see? Yeah, that is not what I'm doing right now. Why you not try hide chunks which you can't see, or this locate on back? Yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying there. That is not what I'm working on right now, though. If there's a misunderstanding there. Am I trying to make something similar to WoW? A little. I mean, in a way, I am very WoW inspired. I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combo. What is this? What is this shit? Go away. That's the nav mesh being annoying. Oh, it's so laggy. It's so laggy. There's so many logs being generated. Oh, it's laggy. But yeah, the RPG side of things. That's culling a whole different issue. No, yeah, I'm not sure if he was just asking in general or if he was misunderstanding what I was working on. But yeah, very the RPG side of things. You know, I want talent trees like WoW. I want classes to choose from. I want some abilities like WoW. Definitely not an MMO. There's the Frost Nova sound effect. I'm using a lot of the placeholder. I'm using a lot of WoW assets just as placeholders while I work on this till I get some of my own. But yeah, the RPG side of things, I do want to function similar to WoW. For the Colony Sim side of things, I want it to be similar to RimWorld. God, this is so laggy because of the logs. Dare I open the logs? Dare I open it? Yeah, we're gonna be stuck here for a second, guys. Yeah, I'm building a game. We're doing some game dev. You need to rewatch all this stream. Yeah, maybe that might do a better job explaining what I'm working on. But yeah, the procedural terrain as well for the game. Colony Sim will be similar to RimWorld. I want the whole world to be online. Even when you run away from your colony, I still want it to be running. Like if you're on the other side of the world, I want your colony to still get attacked. If you send colonists out into the world to chop trees, they actually are going to be running over there. They won't actually be like rendered, or they won't actually be like actual actors in the game. They won't exist in the game. They'll just be in memory moving around. And that'll be very efficient for me to do like thousands and thousands of NPCs and entities running around. And if there's like a wolf in the forest, then I want those colonists to get attacked by that wolf when you're not there, you know? So I want the whole world to feel alive is what I'm going for. And yeah, the logs, they're logging. They're logging. So I shouldn't be running the line trace until all the dependent... Until all of the dependent chunks are finished generating. So I'm not sure why we're still getting errors from missing terrain chunks. But I think that may be a question that needs more coffee to answer. So I might go do that. I also need to take the dogs out, which I didn't do just a second ago. I'm going to be right back again. So yeah, BRB. Okay, thank you for your patience. I am back and I have coffee. Oh boy. What did I miss? What did I miss? Oh, we finally rendered the output log. Yeah, that's exciting. Warcraft sprites, yeah. So I'm using some placeholder assets here. Debugging shaders on Unreal sucks, yeah. No breakpoints in shader land. But thankfully they compile pretty instantly, which is nice compared to like live coding. Okay, so we were missing a ton of chunks. Chunk 0, 1, -1. Oh god. Come on, I just want to click around 0, 1, -1. Okay, so apparently this chunk did not exist yet. Missing chunk, -1, 0, -1. Man, dude, just scrolling through. I can't even scroll through the goddamn output log. -1, 0, z equals -1. So yeah, that should have been a chunk. God damn, this is so laggy. Okay, yeah, I need to figure out why we're missing chunks. Coffee time, though. Coffee first. Fucking around with the Vertex Factory, this crap is crashing on compile. Missing some binding I don't know. Some erroneous error messages. Yeah, Shaderland. Shaderland is a place I prefer not to be. Due to the exact things you're mentioning. Okay. So I'm not getting any chunk not done generating. We were just straight up getting null chunk. We are straight up just getting null chunk. Now we shouldn't be. Where is this line trace happening from? Let me check. Ooh, the that shouldn't be happening. Footstep settings. I mean, that should only happen when I'm walking around when my character respawned. You know what? Let's throw a breakpoint. We may have to rerun this, which is kind of annoying, but let's throw a breakpoint on each of these scenarios. On each of these error scenarios. And we were going to have to restart. Maybe I should have just ran around a little bit. But I want to clear this out and everything, because it's quite slow. Also, my computer is at... What Unreal Engine was... Hang on, we're restarting it. We're restarting the engine. It was using 40 gigs. It's a casual 40 gigs of memory there. Thanks, Slate. Okay. We are building. We are building. Coffee. Okay, so we're trying to fix our line traces, our procedural terrain line traces, is what we're doing right now. Specifically, we're just trying to make sure that when we do a line trace, it traces through all chunks that it passes through, not just the one that it starts at, which is what I intentionally and naively did at first. So get rid of the output log, because that's just going to be really slow. Okay, so we immediately get here. And it's from a chunk surface sampler. Now, what terrain chunk are we at? Or should we be at? Chunk coordinate 0, 0, negative 1. It doesn't exist. It does not exist. Now, let me just look at endless terrain. Endless terrain. Endless terrain. Where are my chunks? Terrain chunk map. So we wanted 0, 0, negative 1. Okay, that is not in there. I'm wondering if this is grabbing like it's doing like an inclusive. Yeah, I wonder if it's doing like an inclusive grab for a chunk that it doesn't actually need. I want to let me also grab this. Start XY. Yeah, grab that. I just want this for debug purposes. World start, world end. Give me that as well. So we're just gonna do grid offset too. Okay. Grid offset, grid size is just world chunk size. Okay, I'm not gonna actually do anything with those. I just need to see what they are, so I can tell like what the start and end chunks that they're supposed to be in are. A little bit easier than what we got. And I need to remember it's doing a ceiling to end. So it's doing a ceiling on whatever this is. So that means it's going to go to the higher value. And if it's going to a higher value, yes, use it anyway. Oh, it's so laggy. It is so laggy. Okay, do I have these values yet? Okay, I do. So, chunk chord I wanted was 0, 0, negative 1, I think. Yeah, so it's missing. End is... This would be negative 1. And what was terrain chunks? Wait a second. Chunk chords... Okay, we already added one. Okay. The current one and 0, 0, negative 1. Okay. So the start is in, let me pull up my little cheat sheet here. The start is in negative. So this should be 0 actually. And if I did a seal, ceiling that, but if you do a ceiling on a negative number, it should round up still, right? It should go up. Like this is almost 1, but it should be 0. And then end is exactly on negative 6,000. So I think that is the issue. Okay, so I think I was right in that it's being inclusive. It is being inclusive. And I guess to fix that, is that how that should work? Because I guess I am I guess they overlap by like, I guess all the terrain chunks overlap by like 0.00000, you know, whatever, 1. Because I've always done positive 6,000 to negative 6,000 for the bounds. So it does overlap. and I've done the end as the lower Z bound, maybe I should just add a very small number to that. I think I just need to add a very small number. What is the UE? Very small. There's some very small number, right? Is that it? No. Kinda small number. Kinda small number. There we go. Plus kinda small number. I don't know what that actually... Define legacy math constant macro names. Okay. Maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe we shouldn't use that then. Love from India. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Welcome in. Okay, I'll just do 0.001. That should be, I feel like that should actually be okay. We're gonna rebuild again because of that. So in the future, I just need to keep in mind that the lower bound I should probably add a little bit too. And it makes more sense to do that on the lower bound than the upper bound because the chunks above every chunk are dependent in nature. What are we making? We're making a video game. RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combo with procedural terrain. Okay, we got here again. Okay, what were my chunk chords this time? Okay, we did not get -1. We were expecting chunk 001, which I believe is an empty chunk. And I think that might be okay. That one is okay. Proceed. He's stuck on coordinates which numbers get that is not how I would describe that. So I built my own line trace system. To trace against my procedural terrain data so that I don't actually have to have the meshes built. Now I want to trace across multiple chunks. And so I had to, we used Gemini to give us a DDA traversal algorithm, which will get us which chunks we need to check the data for a given line trace. And it's working. It is working, but we're getting missing chunks that don't exist yet. We're trying to just make sure that those, you know, are okay. And I think what's happening here is we're getting an empty chunk. Excuse me. That we're getting empty chunks. So I believe this is chunk 001, which doesn't exist. And that's okay because I start a little bit higher than the actual chunk for the line trace, which is okay. That is okay. But honestly, to reduce that, what was this before? Take that down to 100 and let's try again. Take that down to 100. We should get a lot less missing chunks. And maybe I can even make this height tolerance go even lower now. We'll see. I do end up transforming from world coordinates to like a local coordinates, so smaller numbers might get too small. This is a great song. Love this song. Song of Storms. Any Ocarina of Time fans in the chat? I was playing it on Switch recently, and then I got to the Water Temple, and my will to play the game dropped a little bit. Okay, let's just see how many missing chunks we get. Oh, and we get terrain chunks is empty. Interesting. So where did that I was not expecting. I was not expecting that. Where is the world start? -4K. So it should be -1. Or no, that should be 0. This should be 0, 0, 0. 000 to, yeah, this should be 000. Bro, I just started today with my first game in Unity. Congrats on the start. That's the hardest part. I wish you luck in your journey. Yeah, it's 000. It's 000. Why did that not get fucking added? Okay. Okay, we are getting a lot less breakpoints hit now. Okay, now it's running nice. Now we're running pretty nicely. Okay, yeah, that's running a lot better now. There we go. Yeah, that ran a fuck ton better. Line trace missing chunk 000. How is that possible? No terrain chunks at negative 4,090.48. That's a weird one. That is a weird one. Our issues have been we have definitely resolved the trace issues now. Are you making a game? Yeah, so this is procedural terrain. Let me run this again. Let me just do line trace. I'm gonna run that again. There we go. Yeah, running a lot better now. Running a lot better. No, okay, so we didn't hit it this time. Yeah, we didn't hit it this time. That's good. Good news, everyone. Good news, everyone. I think this is ready to commit. Now, let me actually, I want to try 10, maybe make it even lower. Height tolerance. Let's go 10. Does that still work? We're going to try that. Try replace this chunk's place with something noticeable. Think purple cube. Why would I do that? Or debugging. That doesn't really help me with what I'm doing right now. Okay. Try 10. Does it still work there? Do we still get everything spawned correctly? Caves look fine. We got the mushroom boys. Still working on procedural? Yeah. Yeah, we're getting close to finishing the refactor. We're getting close to finishing it. And I just updated my line trace system to actually be correct, and it's working well. Jim and I was so close to getting it right. It was just like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we have issues. So 10 is not enough. 10 is not enough. Go back to 100. 100 seemed to be good there. Can you explain in summary what phase you are working on? Sure. So I would like my game to be an RPG, Colony Sim, and Roguelite with procedural terrain. Procedural terrain meaning generated at runtime. Every world is different. It's seeded, deterministic. You know, something like Minecraft or Valheim. And I've had the procedural terrain working for quite some time now, but we are going back. Okay, this is happening non-deterministically, and I don't like that. But anyways, we've done some refactoring to the terrain system. And what I'm working on specifically right now is line traces against the terrain data. Now, Unreal Engine has a built-in collision system. That means you don't have to do what I'm doing. But I am doing it custom
because I want the whole world to be online. And when you have procedural terrain that's generated at runtime, it takes up memory to have the actual meshes generated and in the world and shown. Even if they're not shown, but they're still just generated, that takes up data. So what I do to save on memory so that I can have the whole world online and running with all the NPCs and stuff is I just store the vertex and index buffers, which is just like the raw data of the shape of the terrain. It doesn't actually make a shape or anything unless you do something with it. But what I do with that is that I store it in a spatial data structure, a bounding volume hierarchy, which is a special type of data structure that is optimized for storing vertices in 3D space in such a way that you can efficiently query it. And if I didn't have that, I would just have to iterate over every single vertex in every single chunk to determine if a line goes through that chunk. With the spatial data structure, what I can do is I can efficiently do a line trace. And I can determine where the chunk is hit at. And this all happens in memory, so I don't actually need collision built for Unreal Engine, which is saving on performance, it's saving on memory, and it can run on the background thread, so it's even more performant. Now, when I initially wrote this line trace system, I naively and on purpose just only traced against the chunk that the start point started in, which if you imagine a line in a world, it can go through multiple terrain chunks. The terrain is in chunks because I can't render the entire terrain all at once. That would take forever, right? I have to render it in small bits. And so I have to figure out which one of those chunks, which one of those grid cubes, the start and end point is in, and everyone in between. And so that's what I just did. And that's helping us, that's fixing how we're placing things. That's how we're placing the assets in the world using a system called PCG in Unreal Engine. I do these terrain line traces, these special ones that I've made, to determine whether or not a sampled point is on the surface of the map or not. Because I want to spawn different things down in the caves than I do on the surface. And we're just kind of like debugging this a little bit and trying to figure out, I have some error conditions here for like missing chunks and stuff like that. And so I have these breakpoints here. And terrain chunks is empty. Despite, I don't, why is 0, 0 never, let me look at endless terrain here. So this is what has like my list of terrain chunks. And it should be returning the one at 0, 0, 0. Terrain chunk map. There is one there. There is one there. So I'm going to put that breakpoint back. Why are you not? I guess I have to run live coding there. That's kind of annoying. Would you recommend switching to Unreal from Unity? That's kind of a case-by-case decision. You know, there's a lot of systems in Unreal, so a bigger learning curve up front, but it is quite powerful for what it's capable of doing. The pricing model is a lot better as well. I think it just kind of depends on what kind of game you want to make and what kind of values you have, you know. The hardest part about making a game is releasing a game. So whatever engine gets your game released is probably the better one. For the reason of using C++. I would not... They're all just tools, right? And you might be better at using some tools than others, but typically, a person who is in the business of getting things done using tools will pick the best tool for the job. And oftentimes the best tool for the job is the one that you can use better. So if you're just looking for learning purposes, sure, why not? If you're trying to actually release a game, depends on the kind of game you're making. Okay, so 100 does seem to get rid of the issues. So we do need some tolerance on the upper bound of the line trace. I'm going to rerun this. I'm going to keep rerunning this till I can figure out why chunk 000 is not returning. It definitely fucking should be. That should be like the first chunk that spawns. It already spawned. It already spawned. 000. Okay, endless terrain. Terrain chunk map. It's in there. It's in there, my dude. What do you use for procedural generation? I find Perlin noise to be nice, but very unrealistic. How do you tackle that? You don't necessarily need things to be realistic. Realistic terrain actually is not that exciting. If you made it perfectly realistic, you know, you'd have a lot of sections that just look like Kansas, which is just all flat and boring, you know? So you don't necessarily want realistic, but I think what you mean is that you want more out of it. You want to do more with it. And the answer to that is just layering noise on top of noise on top of noise. And so here I generate a world map with Perlin noise that ends up looking like this. This is the first thing I generate. I generate this black and white map that has some light spots and some dark spots. The black is ocean and the white spots are going to be higher up. And so then I determine how many chunks I want in the world. This is 128 by 128. Every single pixel on here is a terrain chunk. So I iterate pixel by pixel, and I put a Voronoi cell over a Voronoi algorithm over this guy, right? And then I iterate over the Voronoi cells, and I pick colors. I pick random colors. Each color represents a different biome, which is a different set of assets that I'm going to spawn on the terrain. And that connects the Voronoi cells in these interesting shapes. And that forms my zones. On the borders of zones, I make mountains. On these white dots, those are entrances to other zones. So I skip the mountains on that terrain chunk. And the lightness and darkness on here relates to the lightness and darkness on here. So this is all ocean, very low altitude. You can see the altitude value up here. Down here, it's altitude of 1. So down here in the bottom left, this is my highest altitude. And I have parameterized noise, which is essentially for your Perlin noise function. You have a set of parameters that you can pass in, laconarity, persistence, probably, or some. And I have different, scale might be another one, offset maybe even. And so I have different sets of those that kind of define different terrain noises. And then I have an altitude curve, a couple of them, one for an offset, one for a multiplier. And so I apply whatever the altitude value is for that terrain chunk, and I blend it with all the neighboring terrain chunks. And so this zone has some very flat, just kind of like plainsy type noise. You can actually tell over here is higher altitude than over here, because this is much flatter. This is higher up. And then this zone has very large noise. So I've scaled the noise quite a bit for this zone. And then you can see the border mountains here that separate the two. So Mark, the answer to your question is you just got to keep doing more stuff. Keep layering things on top of it. There are some good talks. If you look up like, let me see here. Let me see, Minecraft dev talk. Let me see. See if I can find. Let me see. Yeah, this one right here. So this is a great talk on procedural generation. Done by the guy who rewrote the system.
The Perlin noise varies quite smoothly, but the terrain height doesn't. It has jumps.
And so he can
now you
help.
get these
He
really
can
cool
give you
things
some
like
inspiration
photos.
for
And when
techniques
you
to
add a bit
use.
of surface decoration.
That's a good one.
Yeah, you start some getting. And here we
He
get
talks
kind of-
about what they
so these
do.
three noises
These
kind
are
of
three
together,
different noises that they
generate-
use.
This is like a map
And they
of the world.
layer them on
And
top
you
of
see
each
a lot
other.
variation. These are high mountains, rivers.
And they
coastlines.
generate their biomes all from one noise function. Like the noise function outputs the biome. For me, I kind of do it backwards. I make the biome and then I feed that into the noise function. I think he's got an example of like what the world ends up looking like. Like a map biome. Where's the biome map? There we go. So his noise, that's what their like world map ends up looking like, with biomes laid over it and stuff like that. And you can see how all these different noises factor into that. So that's a good one. There's also Sean Murray GDC talk, where he talks about his Uber noise function. The analytical derivative is insane. Good luck with that one. But he talks about how they use noise, and yeah. He talks about how, like,
as if we're generating one layer of noise, but
he talks about how real world
No
noise
Man's
is
Sky
actually not that
generates
interesting.
so many
as well.
layers of noise, like layers upon layers, and each one feeds into the next, into the next, into the next. So the other thing I'm going to talk about, and I'm going to steal some things like that, layer loads of things on top of each other, and I don't know.
And so this is the example he gives for, like, this is like real world terrain. It's way too big for a game. Like, you don't want realistic. Nor do you need all the little tiny divots and stuff like that. Like, you don't actually need that.
These are the kinds of shapes that we want, right? But you can see that is pretty boring.
It's pretty boring. So yeah, those are some good talks that you can go to for some inspiration. Do you have a system to storing the changes made to the terrain based on the player's mining and scripting? I mean, it's all just baked into those. I save the vertex and index buffers, and so any deformations would just be applied to those data structures, which are just they're just arrays of vectors and integers. I took the ocean out of my game when I introduced the 3D noise, because it didn't make sense anymore. But we will be adding that back in once I get into that. Okay, let's rerun this. We need to keep testing this. I need to nail this down. We'll see. It didn't happen again. It seems to happen infrequently, or at least not consistently. Okay, let's try that again. Can I get... okay, so it didn't happen again. Seems like you replace water, river with mountain walls. I will, at some point, vary the borders. Some borders, maybe there isn't a border mountain, and it just blends seamlessly from one to the other. Other cases, it might be an ocean or a river. Yeah, we do get some nice caves that connect, which is a kind of a cool thing that the player can just discover to get from one zone to the other. Like right here too, this one goes from one to the other, and that's, even though there's no specific zone entrance chunk from one zone to the other, that you can still get from one to the other if you find that. Or you can dig through it. Okay, so it's not happening very much. I have the breakpoints there, right? Let me open the logs up again here. Oh, we are? Wait, why am I not getting the... Are those old ones? Those might be old ones. Why am I not getting the breakpoints hit? Okay, there's nothing there. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, now we've hit it. Okay. Chunk cord is 0, 0, 0. Dude, you have that there. It's there. I can see it. Why does this happen?
Let me see. Unreal Engine F vector 0, 0, 0. Unreal Engine F vector 0, 0, 0 map key or something. Why is that not returning? Flow precision with vector key maps. Is there a floating point error here? They both look to be 0, 0, 0 to me. It is not an index problem. This is a hash map, which is key based, not index based. I mean, they should be int vectors, which maybe I should change the key to that. If I did that, how big of an issue is that? How big of an issue? How many places do I have to change that? I should have done this anyway. It doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal. Let's go ahead and change these to int vectors. I have a feeling this will fix the issue. I have a feeling there's something weird about the F0 vector. I do feel like I've encountered something similar before. Oh yeah, and we're gonna have to change that. Okay, here we go. How about this? Writer, please respond. Okay. For now, let's just stub that out. New chunk. Chunk word. That could be, we'll change that one to int vector. Chunk to int 32. Now that should actually already be the case. We don't need those anymore. Makes that a little prettier. Get terrain chunk world location. So we'll just do F vector there. Contains chunk cord, updater, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we're just gonna like stub these out. We'll probably do a bigger refactor where this terrain chunk map, yeah, int vector there too. Equals, and this we'll do that to F vector. Chunk entry.key, new chunk is int vector. Chunks to load. Okay, yeah, we'll int vector that bad boy as well. Int vector is good there, so we want to do int vectors there too. Okay, is that all of it? There's surely more. Assuredly, there is more. We probably need to update this one now, right? Yes. So this one, that one can change. Just one line that now. That's nice and pretty. So we're gonna at least get one error, but that's okay. We already fixed it. I'm just gonna let this continue to build. I think I can close that out now. I think we're good. I still need to determine whether or not I'm going to wait for the entire zone to finish generating before I run the procedural NPC spawn locations. You know? We're going to find the playlist for the lo-fi. Just search bits and hits on YouTube. Bits and hits on YouTube. They have a bunch of different playlists.
And they have like a website where you can download the music from, which is what I did. Is that the only error? Is that the only one? Is there no one else? The terrain chunk, we do want the int vector there. Now, cast to int32. Okay, try again. Okay. Let's see if that's any better. I have the breakpoints still. So do we hit them? We have not. We didn't that time. Okay, so the spawn player, I think we need to make sure that this goes on the game thread. I don't know why it works sometimes and not others. I don't think you can spawn an actor on the background thread. So I don't know why that sometimes works. Like you definitely fucking should not do that. Definitely fucking should not do that. Chunks finished generating. That gets called from here. Yeah, let's just put an async task here. For the game thread. Okay. So we'll rerun that. Okay. Line trace. Okay. Yep. Okay, we spawned. Cool. I'm gonna grab one of my old seeds actually. Let's try $31 apparently is a good chunk. And then we're on 232. Okay, we're gonna go to seed 31 apparently is a good one to test. From what I've written down. No, it is not. No, it is not. Why did I write that one down? 91? Let's try 91. Yeah, that's not a good seed. Did I change shit? Did I change? Okay, yeah, here's a good one. So I should spawn on top of the mountain. Okay, we're frozen. We're frozen. Unreal Engine is not responding. Are we what are we stuck on here? Oh, we're scope locked. Interesting. Okay. We are thread locked here. Chunk finished generating. I'm gonna check what was happening on other threads here. Nothing on the foreground workers. Here we go. Okay, so that was just the terrain processor, terrain controller. That was the only other thing happening. Was that trying to acquire? Closest chunk invoker disk, terrain and params. So I guess the terrain. Oh yeah, this is on the terrain controller. Okay, right. Do I not scope lock this? I do. Make checking highest place on chords or take chords place face high. Buddy, I'm sorry, but I do not understand most of what you have been saying. And I'm sorry. I think there is a bit of a language barrier. But either I'm not understanding what you're saying or you're not understanding what exactly that I'm doing. Right now we are dealing with a thread lock issue. Is what's happening right now. Where two different threads are trying to acquire a lock on the same thing. Closest invoker disk is the only thing that would be being accessed there. And then this locked on calculating. What was it? No, it was on chunk finish generating. Okay. That's Java? No, it's Unreal Engine C++ is what it is. Okay, we still got here. We still got here. Oh, but this is for a different case now. Not the 0 case. -320. Let me look. -310. -320, it's right there. Or that's -3, -2. This is +2, okay. There's -320. Okay, so why is the identity... Why can I not rely on the identity of an int vector? Why can't I do that? Unreal Engine fint vector identity, I don't know, like a key? I don't know. Why is that not returning a contains? Like, that should be true here. There it is, -320. Missing chunk, yeah. Okay. Let's just do some spot checking of the underground assets now that we're on a different map. I'm seeing no errors with the spawn locations. A nice noodle going through there. I feel like that chunk should be rendered, whatever the hell is right there. Okay, yeah, I'm seeing no errors happening. But we continue to get a missing chunk. This one at least is not consistently on 0, 0, 0. It is rather inconsistent. Wait, why would that happen? On terrain loaded. Huh. Okay, I'll add a simple check there if you're mad about that. Yeah, I'm not finding anything about, like, vectors as keys. He's using a struct in place of an int vector, I suppose. This isn't giving me any, Can't you check this 001 separately? I have not mentioned the coordinate 001 at all. With function and catch up this. Yeah, I don't understand what you're saying, buddy. I'm sorry. The issue is that I have a terrain chunk map. It is a hash map. It is keyed with the terrain chunk coordinate. It is keyed with the terrain chunk coordinate. And the map does not seem to be hashing properly based on the fint vector. It has something to do with the data structure. And it is inconsistent. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, so it didn't happen that time at all. Didn't happen that time. Didn't happen then. Hello, please? What is this? Okay. Still didn't happen. Still hasn't happened. Didn't happen that time either. I do still have the breakpoints there, don't I? Those didn't disappear, did they? No, it's still there. Still there. So at least it's happening. It seems to be less often now. Okay, so yeah, it's not happening like at all. There we go. There, now it happened again. Of course, the second I fucking say that. Okay, so 231. I don't know, maybe the debugger's not showing the right value. 231. Rain chunk map. Where you at? I guarantee you 231 is going to be in here. Guarantee you it's in here somewhere. Two, 230. 65 more items. Let me do this equals 2 1. There we go. Or no, I said 231. So 3. There it is. There it is. It exists. F int vector. It is an int 32. T int vector 3 int. T int vector 3 int. Let me pass by copy here. I don't know why this really should not fucking matter, but like just in case it does. Yeah, I really need someone else to have this issue. I don't think you understand what the problem is. The problem is that the map function contains is not returning true for an int vector coordinate, which is the key of the map that is in there. It is returning false sometimes. I am releasing the immortal snail to feint you. Don't you just have to like move a few miles or like 100 miles and then it can never reach you in its lifespan or something like that? Or your own lifespan rather? You just like move to a different country and then you never have to worry about the snail ever again. Yeah, my lifespan, I meant to say. My lifespan. Both are? Oh, so I'm immortal in this hypothetical situation? What if I don't want to be immortal? I don't want to be immortal. Okay, did we hit another scope lock? I think we did. Yeah, we did. Okay, so that's a bigger and bigger issue here. Okay, and what else was acquiring that thread? Yeah, again, the calc closest chunk coordinates. I thought the scope lock was supposed to handle this. Like, I hope your bugs get fixed. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night to you as well. So, does the scope lock doesn't like try to I know there's a try lock function, right? Try lock or something. Try lock exists somewhere. Here. Critical selection. Mutex try lock. Similar to existing UET scope lock, but allows optional try lock, in which case caller is responsible to check if the lock succeeded or not with is locked. Okay, I need to take a look back at this stuff. Am I writing to anything? I'm writing to a lot here, actually. Yeah. I mean, honestly, maybe I should. Where was the other one? Hang on, go back. Go back to the game thread. So wait, why is this on the game thread? Sometimes this is on the game thread and sometimes it's not. I mean, I can do a simple, like, try lock. While and just wait for it to get unlocked. Man, IDK, how fully work this code. Can you make reverse this code and played second time? For example, true chunks become false and false becomes true. Yeah, buddy, I don't. Again, I'm sorry, but respectfully, I don't think you understand what's happening here, and that's okay. Probably not very many people understand what's happening here. Right now, I am dealing with a scope lock issue. It has nothing to do with terrain chunks at the moment, other than the fact that terrain chunks happen to be where the scope lock is happening. But if I try lock, I mean, maybe I have to manually unlock it then at the end. Do I return early here, or can I just do that? Yeah, just unlock it at the end. So no scope lock here. Just unlock. Yeah, we'll see if I did that right. And honestly, well, we're doing some edits. Yeah, we're doing some writes here too, so yeah. Okay, no scope block issues either. We still have this one though. This one is still coming up. Yeah, so we copied 321 again, which does exist in the map. 321, I assume. I mean, it's existed every single time. 3, y equals 2, z equals 1. There it is. It exists in the map. I'm not like writing to this from like a background thread or anything, am I? Let's serialize function. We're not worried about that. That's initialize. We're not worried about that. That's just reading. Here's the write. When we do new chunk. When we do new chunk, that's the only write we do for this map. On serialize, which we don't have to worry about right now, and on process chunks, which happens directly on the game thread. Now, am I on the game thread here? No, I'm not. I'm on the foreground thread. I'm on the foreground thread, so maybe there's some threading. Maybe there's some threading issue? I don't know. It's kind of hard. What was happening on the game thread at this point? Well, yeah, new chunk did just get called. What chunk was that? Buster, hello. Of course I don't have that information. Do I have it here? Oh, it was 401. So not even the chunk we're concerned about. So, okay, I thought I was getting closer. I'm not though. What was on the other foreground worker? Terrain vertex data generation. Oh no, we're getting the chunk material. Okay. Buster 404, hello. Welcome in. Did I already say hello? I don't know. I'm going crazy. Going crazy because this map contains this key, but it says that it doesn't. So it's fucking lying to me. And I don't understand why. Let's just see. Let me just do like tmap contains returns false even though it contains the item. Code smarter with AI code. Okay, all right, AI mode. What do you got for me? Incorrect I mean, it's a built-in type. The built-in type. Thank you for trying, though. With a custom key type. No, I have a very standard, very fucking standard key type. Again, another custom type. Vector. Not be used as a... Okay, that's not the same issue. Tmap can find the value but can't return it. Being the struct is not... Okay, these are all for custom type issues. Array contains always returns false. C++ map isn't find a key even though it exists. Yeah, none of this relates to the issue I'm seeing. Unreal Engine map contains returns false even though the vector is there. All right, AI mode. Hit me with what you got. Loading point precision is used. It's an int. It's an int now. Let's fucking log this. I don't know. Maybe the debugger is wrong. That's the only other thing I can come up with. I mean, I am already logging what it is though, right? I'm already logging what it is. So 3, 2, 1. Yeah, that was what it was. Let's check the debugger output. Yep, 3, 2, 1. So yeah, the debugger is not wrong. I mean, the only other thing I can think of is that it's due to the multi-threaded stuff somehow. Even though, I mean, I guess one did just update the map. Maybe I should put a lock here. God, I need to go back and audit all the critical selections I do. Okay, let's try that. I don't know, maybe doing that is gonna help. I don't know. I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so. And nor should this line trace be happening so close to the time that the terrain chunks are getting fucking spawned and added to the map, because there's so many things, there's so many steps they go through that are latent. There's like no way that that's happening the same. Okay, so it didn't happen this time. Yeah, I mean, how many times did I run this before I saw it? Again, like 5 or 6 times? If I run this 10 times in a row and I don't see it again, well, nope, there we go. There we go. Did I not, I removed the breakpoint there. We should still be able to take a look, take a peek-see here. So we were looking for, what chunk coordinate were we looking for? 320. It does seem to kind of be somewhat consistent in which ones. Terrain chunk map. Three, 2 equals 1. Yep, it's there. It is one of the more recently added ones, I suppose. And what was happening on the game thread at this time? Yeah, okay, so it seems to be there are some There are some similarities between these scenarios. What seems to be happening on the game thread is a new chunk did get added to the map. I think this is a threading issue, which is kind of fucking strange, to be honest with you. Because this is not the chunk I'm looking for. These are not the droids you're looking for. Maybe I need to scope lock this as well. Scope lock a new chunk. We're just going to throw scope locks on everything. So what might actually happen here is I hit another thread lock issue where the game just freezes. So if that happens instead of there being a missing chunk, is it the only chunk that has this issue? No, it seems to be different chunks, but it does seem to be like, it's either 320, 321. It seems to be some chunk in that range. And before it was always 000, which was weird. And that was when I was storing the chunks by f vector rather than f int vector. So I think that was a floating point precision thing. But now it's like, I don't know what the fuck it is. I think it's because there was an edit, a write to the map on a different thread, and it just like threw off the hashing. The hashing never got a chance to like catch back up to the other thread, even though it was adding a different chunk. And I wish Unreal Engine C++ had some more built-in like thread safe containers, because the only one I know of is TQ, which is not going to help me for my situation here. I wish there was just like a handles the locking type hash map. That would be a really nice fucking function. But I guess I did find out about the atomic. Let me look at that. This is like a built-in C++ thing here. Apparently, if one thread writes to an atomic object while another thread reads from it, the behavior is well defined. So maybe I need to go back to just using some base C++ classes, or not classes, but data structures. Maybe. I've never used that type though, so I don't know how that would. Don't know really how it works, and I don't know how it would respond to Unreal Engine types as well. I have seen it. The reason I know about it is because I've seen it in the Unreal Engine source code, so they use it, but I think it's probably only on primitive types. Dr. Elliot, just in time. Just in time. Can I use this with Unreal Engine types? Probably not. I imagine I cannot. We're having an issue where I'm writing to a map and reading from a map on different threads, and I think it's causing some cache misses. My contains function is returning false even though the map contains it. What do you mean? I was just bitching about how there's not enough thread safe types. I'm using the scope lock. I am using the scope lock. I mean, I just put it on both. I only had it on one of the usages, but we'll see if putting it on both is actually fixing the issue. So just lock the map. The thing is, I use it in so many fucking places. And also, by the way, why doesn't where did I just do it? Why did I have to change to this? Right? Why do I have to try lock? Because I thought scope lock would handle attempting to lock the thread when it's already locked, you know? Like, I thought it would make this thread wait. But it turns out I had to do this while you can't lock, just wait. I had to do it manually. Like, why doesn't scope lock handle that for me? It's quite annoying. where is the critical selection? Like where is it defined? Just on the, does it matter where it's defined? As long as it's on the object. It is on the same object. But we haven't hit the issue again. So maybe putting the scope locks on both was just the key. Just use the scope lock. Okay, but I was doing that. Like I was doing that. And what would happen was, when I had this, I mean, we'll see if it happens again. Let's see if it happens again. Let's see if it happens again. Okay, so this happened again. I didn't run live coding, but here's the issue, right? Here's the issue I'm having. There is a scope lock here. The chunk coordinate, it's an int vector, -1, 0, 1, right? Let's look in the map and see if that's there. Guess what? It is. It is. There it is. It's in the map, contains return false. This is on a foreground thread. Now the game thread, oh, this wasn't even doing anything to the map on the game thread. This wasn't even doing anything. Was anything happening on the other threads? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so nothing was happening in relation to that map in the other threads. Before, when this happened, this contains returned false even though it did contain it. That's the issue. Before, when this was happening, a write to the map had just happened on another thread. You're probably trying to modify it from somewhere else, Moxie. Let me read that again. You're probably trying to modify it from somewhere else because a scope lock will block any thread that hits critical selection whilst it's locked. There isn't a way for it to not work. Moxie, come here. Sit. Moxie, what are you doing? Just chill out. You're fine. Just chill. Are you sure in your other function? I mean, I had just done that. But yeah, I did briefly look through it. Where did I don't even know where I just changed that. Yeah, here. So there's a return. Yeah, no other returns. But the thing that I was talking about, like, it would hang here. The whole application would freeze when I got to this line. Because, and I looked at the other threads, and it was because there was another thread that had just scope locked on the same object. Yeah, I'm not trying lock anywhere else in the function. So we're just using scope locks all over, and we'll see it happen again, hopefully. It's super inconsistent. Yeah, I mean, didn't I put the scope lock on the game thread one, didn't I? So no, maybe I need to. Well, this is just doing the. Well, no, new chunk did it. Okay, we have the scope lock Yeah, so this does not return anywhere until the end. So we have the lock up here, we edit the map down here, and same for the, what is it, the git terrain chunk. Yeah, scope lock there. So yeah, we'll see. It's gonna happen again. It's gonna happen again. That's an assertion, ignore that. Yeah, so not this run. We're gonna keep rerunning it. It will happen again. Okay. Okay. You should only need a scope lock while modifying the container, not accessing it. That's what I thought, but I have had so many issues pop up that seem to point to the contrary. Can't remember, but doesn't the bracket operator in tmap not do an in place by default? ELI5 difference between in place? You mean when adding? Or accessing? I do add. Should I be doing in place here? Throwing scope blocks and atomic variables everywhere just destroys the performance you get from multi-threading. I mean, that's very dependent, though. That is very dependent. And a lot of these things, I don't care when they get done. You know? You mean where I access? I mean, there's no other way to, like, get, right? I mean, I guess there's an ID. You're saying it does an in place? In placing is for adding. What is you mean, like, what it returns? Right, can I... Okay, go to tmap. Find checked. It's just backed by a set. Okay, let's keep running. You shouldn't need a scope lock there. I agree with you, I shouldn't. I shouldn't. I agree with you that I feel like I shouldn't, but there's a lot of things where it has, like, literally, it has thrown a... There have been so many functions that are just like const getter functions that, because I'm writing to it somewhere else that is scope locked, the getter isn't, I get an exception from some underlying, like, hash find in. It's probably, I think it's on get key by hash or something. One of these, like, two things. It throws an exception there. It has happened to me a lot. And then I put a scope lock on it and it goes away. So I don't, like, my understanding was that you only needed it on writes as well, but in practice that has not been the case. We'll do an in place when you do the bracket. I don't understand, because, like, it does an in place when you retrieve from the map. Like, what, it adds it if it isn't there? Is that what you're saying? Or it does some sort of add just to return what you're asking for? I'm confused. It's not happening. It's not happening again. From my experience, if I try to access something without doing the contains, it'll crash if it's not there. Otherwise, you have to do the find or add, right? Oh, this doesn't have a find or add. Mine doesn't. I thought there was a find or add function. Find checked. Oh, it's const. Duh. You're right. Doy. Okay, so it's consistently not happening now, actually, which is kind of crazy. Okay, so did scope lock? Yeah, I don't know, just scope lock every function, all of them. Hey, that's been my strategy so far. The whole game. Okay, let's test the theory. Let's test it. Let's remove the scope lock from the read. Oh my god, of course it fucking happened midway through live coding. Of course it happened midway through live coding. That's so fucking funny. Okay. Oh no, it's gonna run live coding. Please stop. Please stop. Cancel. Okay. Chunk coordinate, -421. It's -420. -421 is there, but contains is returning false. And let's check what's happening on the game thread at this point. A bunch of slate bullshit, so nothing that I care about. Nothing important there. So yeah, this is the issue. This does not return the thing. And I don't know why. That just so happened to start going whenever I started running live coding on that. So we'll try it without the scope lock. Oh god, Discord, get out of here. Okay. Let's mute Discord. Okay, that one was fine. Run again. Okay, that's fine. Oh god. Okay. I mean, it's all working regardless of the issue popping up. Am I still doing most of it in a compute shader? Yeah. I'm thinking about changing it though, because I just got the fast noise library, like the new fast noise 2, that has like the single instruction multi-data CPU architecture stuff. It's supposed to be super fast, so I'm thinking about rewriting it on the CPU and seeing how performant it is just to test it out. But for now, it's still all in shaders. Okay, -230. X equals -2. Y equals 3. Z equals 0. Just make your own engine at this point. Dude, I'm fucking about to, because apparently an infector is not a reliable fucking key in a goddamn map. Like... This is so fucking dumb, man. It's in the map. It's in there. I see it. -230. It was in there. Okay, so this is what I see frequently. Should I scope lock this? I mean, no, I am scope locking. I am scope locking new chunk. Like, this is scope locked, which adds here. So yeah, I'm struggling to understand why this is happening. Why is this map not returning its hashes properly? I originally thought like, oh, the map had just gotten updated. The map had just gotten updated from this, from this function. -3 to, I mean, I guess it wouldn't have been. Let me look here. What was it? It was -3. It's in there. It's in there. -320, right? Or did I get that wrong? -320? -230. I did get it wrong. -230. -230. It's there. It's there here as well. Oh god. Ryder, come back to me. Okay, there we go. I mean, it's all working despite this, and it only happens once, so this is kind of like, this is something I could just kick the can down the road on. Not a huge deal. Yeah, might just might kick the can down the road here. Commit what I have, because I know it's working-ish. It's better than we had. Elliot, have you heard of a 3D digital differential analyzer algorithm? Because I had not. AI really went burr on that one, though. Refactor this. Yeah, so like I had to build my own line traces for these terrain chunks because I'm just storing the vertex and index buffers. So I stored them in a spatial mesh, like a bounding volume hierarchy, so that I could do my own line traces against them, rather than having to iterate through every single triangle and determine if it's, you know, if there's a hit. And the line trace, like the start and end of the line trace could be in two different terrain chunks, which, you know, they all store their data separately. So that algorithm apparently is how you can get the coordinates of a grid that a line passes through. And so that's how I get all of the terrain chunk coordinates that I need to check for a line trace in, which is where this these errors are happening from. So yeah, yada yada yada, build your own engine. Yeah. Join the dark side. How's Lumina going? Are you still working on that? Or are you working on your game? Okay, I'm just going through and like, let's get rid of the breakpoints because we're just gonna commit this and move on. Working on it right now? Hell yeah. Fixed crash that happens here. Yeah, so this is another one. This is another one where it's like it crashes on this line for some reason, and it's because of some threading issues. Very weird. Let's put another to do on fix the cache misses. Just so I know that that is an issue. That tis be issue. That tis be an issue. Okay, I think this is good. I think this is good. Oh, we can get rid of these. I don't need these anymore. Let's do this. Add a really small number because the line trace will include, the line trace is inclusive on the lower bound. I think that makes sense. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be update line terrain line traces to include all chunks along the line. Okay. Good news. Good news, everyone. We're moving on. Bad news, we didn't figure out why the hell that was happening. But it's not really causing any issues. What is -230? Let's actually look at that. -2. Negative 230. Yeah, it's fucking there. Oh, interesting. It has no ECG on it. There it goes. It was a little late. Late bloomer. What was there any chunk below it? There's a chunk above it, apparently. Ah. Anyways, it's funny that this part's getting rendered. That's kind of funny. Okay, let me look at our to-dos here. So we did write this system for subscribing. Now I'm thinking I need to refactor the player spawning. I mean, it works fine now, so maybe I'll kick that can down the road too. We'll see. This all works now. So cross that off. This is just some notes I took. So yeah, so now the procedural mob spawns. That's what I wanted to do this whole refactor for. Now I was thinking, let's actually make a decision on this before I hop off. I was thinking that rather than running a PCG graph for the mob spawns for every terrain chunk, I should just run one per zone. And then I would need this system that I just wrote to like subscribe to all the chunks in the zone, wait for them all to finish generating, and then run one singular graph. Because it was taking a long time to iterate on, because it would run one graph for every fucking terrain chunk, which just it takes a while. And of course you just want to like test one chunk, and it just wasn't working very well. And also doing it on a per chunk basis, the way the graph that I have figured out, which let's pull that up. Default background spawns loop, is this it? Yeah, okay. So we found the attract. Wait, wasn't there another one? Wasn't there another one that we were using? That I was using? Point neighborhood. Clean spline. There's so many nodes now. Merge points. Point union. Yeah, maybe it wasn't a spatial one. I thought there was oh god. I don't know if I can find it. I thought there was another one that we were doing that did essentially that. Apply hierarchy. Combine points, duplicate, extends, transfer points. Where did that go? I thought I had that down here. Maybe it didn't save. The pathfinding node's going to be fun. That one's going to be fun. Sort attributes. Filter. Where was that? I thought there was a single node that I found that said it was doing like the exact same thing that I was doing. Point from player pawn, instant environment item spawner, create target actor. Projection. Compute quantities from nearby neighbor points, such as average density, color, and position. Maybe it was a blueprint. Maybe it was a blueprint, and that's why. Elevation ISO lines. Oh, Marith, hello. Welcome in. W stream, even if it's the end. Yeah, I think we're winding down. I do want to, like, make a decision before I head out here. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, so the way I'm doing the procedural mob spawns is per chunk. And I use this attract method, which I take all the sampled points on the chunk, because like the way I want to spawn these is like they each have a radius that they want to take up, and I don't want to spawn anything too close to each other, because this is just going to be for like background spawns that aren't a part of a point of interest or anything. They just kind of like wander around a little bit, right? And they just kind of exist in a radius, and I don't want to spawn too many on top of each other, so I use this attract function to pull in all the sampled points within a distance. I should be dynamically passing in the attribute, which is probably spawn radius. I forget what I called it, spawn radius. And then I should be passing that in. Can I just get some data, please? Spawn. It is spawn radius, and so that should be passed into distance rather than hard coding it. How much have you completed so far, percentage-wise? Of what, the whole game? Oh, I have like 1%. Because I still have no clue what you're actually doing. I remember you saying it was a project, though. Yeah, so I'm just trying to make a game. I'm going for RPG Colony Sim Roguelite combo. So RPG, you know, I want some different classes with different talent trees and different abilities to choose from. Pair that with a roguelite system where every few levels you get like a random ability to choose from, and you'll kind of have to decide how to build your character from the dice roll as you level up and run through the world. Kill stuff. And there's also going to be Colony Sim side of things where you can and some kind of like survival light type things where you can build things. I got like a building system, chop down trees. You can recruit colonists that you find out in the world and send them to your colony, and you can give them jobs and stuff. And there's different skills and attributes that not only the player has but the colonists have. That, you know, maybe they suck at tree chopping or something. Maybe they suck at cooking. Maybe they suck at farming. Maybe they're really good at one of those things. And the more they do it, the better they'll get, though. Same goes for you. And then your colony will get kind of randomly raided by some enemy AI colonies. Maybe you can go over there and kill their colonies so they don't raid you anymore, that kind of thing. But, I'm still just kind of like doing this for fun stage of things. So I don't really have like a, when is this getting done? It's still called my project. For instance, I don't even have a name for it. It's all placeholder assets. So I'm still just kind of having fun, making progress on it, solving problems, getting a lot of the foundational systems in. refactoring them a million times. You know, that thing. That kind of stuff. Anyways, I guess I could debug this and show. I might want to make the bounds a little bit bigger. Let's just grab this, and I guess if I force regen, it might show up. No. Oh, I need a green zone. Let me run over there and get that generated. And then, yeah, of course, the procedural terrain system for all that as well. So I need to make... Those trees need to be vertically aligned. They need to be straight up and down. They look a little silly. I should maybe just not spawn them on slopes, because that does look... Even if it were straight up and down, that doesn't really look like where that tree would spawn. I'm going in the right direction, right? Yeah, so there's a green zone over here. Thank you. It's a new one. Yeah, sort pending build tiles. I know. I know. For loop change, blah, blah, blah. Ooh, cool. Oh, that is a cool zone. That is a cool zone. Okay, give me this chunk. So I have the default, or not the default, the debug here. Are there no spawn points? There should be. Maybe let's debug that. Just grab this nice flat chunk. It's running. 'Tis running. Yeah, I don't know. Waiting for the entire zone to get done actually doesn't seem like that great of an idea anymore. Because, like, it's using all of the already sampled points that I just use by default for all the stuff that's already spawned there. So it's like, it's kind of efficient in that regard. We're not generating points that aren't being used. But you can see, like, I'm trying to debug this and it's taken for fucking ever to show up. And I'm not even sure it did correctly. How long would it take a non-computer science guy to make a game that at least the level of dating sims with? And if statement and sub if else level of shit coding. I mean, Unreal Engine has blueprints, so you don't necessarily need to know how to code. I mean, the amount of time it would take, it's very highly dependent. Very highly dependent on how much time you have, you know? Level of dating sims. I mean, there's so many variables that go into that. You really just have to dive in and find out for yourself. Depends on how fast you can learn, how good you are with blueprint logic, what the scope of your game is. Like, even though you said a dating sims game, like there's still a lot of different scopes that can happen with that. Okay, yeah, my blueprints are not blueprinting. My debug things are not debugging. I thought it was green. Maybe I should check my Maybe I should check my assumptions here. I thought it was the green zone. Was it not? ECG, forest. Yeah, we have the archetypes here in the forest. So why are you not... Oh, it's not fucking connected. I know why. Oh, I'm a big dummy. I forgot I disconnected it because it was being stupid. There we go. If there are no entries in here, why are we looping? Why does it always loop at least once? That seems like it shouldn't. Like it shouldn't be the case. Yeah, there's no output here. And what is the input? So hard to tell if this is even running anything. This one is doing things. I don't know why, but this loop graph that I'm doing, it seems to slow down the overall graph generation so much. And I don't know why. That's why I disconnected it. As you can see, this is still generating. This one chunk is still generating. I don't know why that's the case. Use graph default pin usage. Controls whether the pin usage will be taken from the subgraph to execute or from the manually provided list. Let's just uncheck that. Loop pins. In. Feedback pins. Then it will receive data from the output of pin. I have no idea. I have no idea what those mean. Okay, we have data. Data is being shown. This, however, does not have any. I think I messed it up with that. Maybe points needs to go in here. Will daisy chain results from graph entry or previous loop iteration? I don't know that that's what I want. I have no idea what that's saying to me. Okay, now we're not grayed out. What is the lower bound here? 0.72? That's an aggressive filter. .72. Is there really not any, Okay, there's just no density values for that there. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're generating. Still going, I suppose. There's some data. Attract. Anyways, I think it's time for me to hop off. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. So I'm gonna get going. Thanks everyone for hanging out today. Happy with the terrain generation progress. So I think we'll get more into the procedural spawn locations next stream. I should probably figure a few things out before that though. But yeah, I'm gonna get on with my day, and I hope the rest of you have a great rest of your day. Until next time.